We're going to call the meeting for Akron City Council to order. At this time, I'm going to ask our clerk to read the roll.
Baylor. Connor. Aye. Freeman.
Aye.
Fusco. Holland.
Aye.
Kamer. Lombardo.
Aye.
McKittrick.
Aye.
Malik.
Aye.
Mosley.
Aye.
Neal.
Here.
Amobian.
Aye.
Somerville.
Aye.
All members are present except for Councilman Kamer.
At this time, for those who wish to do so, you can stand as we are led in prayer by Councilman Freeman. Immediately following our prayer, I'm going to ask if Councilwoman Amobian could lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you. If we could please just bow our heads together. God, we're reminded of your kindness and your goodness. We know that there's no shadow of turning with you, that if you've spoken, you'll make it good. And you have said, call unto me, and you would answer us and show us great and mighty things. And so tonight, once again, we plead to you for your wisdom. We ask, God, that our hearts might be set upon your purposes, and God, that we would remember that in the end, you're the reason that we have breath within us, and we just trust in you and ask you guidance this evening. We pray in your name. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The minutes from our previously held meeting have been provided. Are there any additions or corrections?
Motion to approve. Second.
All in favor, roll call.
Baylor.
Aye.
Connor. Aye. Freeman.
Aye.
Fusco. Holland.
Aye.
Lombardo.
Aye.
McKittrick.
Aye.
Malik.
Aye.
Mosley.
Aye.
Neal.
Abstain.
Amobian.
Aye.
Somerville.
Aye.
The minutes pass 11-0 with one abstention.
We have no items on the consent agenda, so we will move to our one public hearing that is scheduled for this evening. Our clerk will read in item number 1.
Notice is hereby given that the following public hearing will be held by the Council of the City of Akron on Monday, February 27th, 2023, during the regular council meeting at 7 p.m. Resolution approving the renewal application of Stephen and Janice Brown to have agricultural property on Diagonal Road to be included in an agricultural district pursuant to revised code section 929.01.
Mr. Antonucci?
Yes, thank you, Madam President, members of council. Stephen and Janice Brown are requesting renewal for an additional period of 5 years of agricultural district designation for their property at 590 Diagonal Road. The Browns have 2.15 acres of land devoted for agricultural use. It's hydroponic farming. Agricultural designation will provide financial benefits in the form of property tax relief and encourages continued agricultural production of that property. The Office of Integrated Development and Planning staff recommend approval. Thank you.
Thank you so much. At this time, we're going to go ahead and open up our public hearing. Do we have anyone here in the audience who wishes to speak in favor or against item number 1 regarding Diagonal Road? Anyone here wishing to speak in favor or against 1? All right, so we will have you be sworn in.
Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth? If so, please say I do.
I declare.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening, everyone. All right, we're here today. We're going to have a discussion this evening. Agricultural district. I would like, I've said previously, I'm a apostolate, and I've said previously when I come here, I like dialogue. I'm not just a preacher, but I like dialogue. I don't like coming here and feeling like I'm just talking to hear myself talk. And my question and concern regarding this law is, what is the agricultural district? Because when I go over on Diagonal Road and on Copley, I'm trying to figure out who this is going to benefit, because I see a bunch of potholes, I see a bunch of things that I see rich white America building these exclusive homes over there across the street from Saferstein Towers where you can't get any Wi-Fi or anything. So I'm trying to figure out agriculturally who's going to benefit from this, because this evening we have a lot of people here because there's agricultural racism taking place, so the police won't even function properly. So this agricultural district, who's going to benefit from this resolution? I really would love an answer, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Apostolette. If there's no one else wishing to speak in favor or against, we will close our public hearing. Councilman Fusco, what is the committee's pleasure?
Thank you. I would like to pull the committee for a favorable report. Connor? Aye. Aye. Baylor?
Aye.
Mosley?
Aye.
Report of the committee is favorable, and we're asking for suspension of the rules.
Are there any objections to suspension of the rules? Seeing and hearing none, the rules have been suspended.
Yes, thank you. As council knows, we have dealt with this CAUV certification in the past. This is a state designation, not a city one, but basically what it is the property owner applies to the state for an agricultural use district. They will be that property owner that utilizing the property for farming gets a break in terms of their real estate tax. If they revert to a different use, what happens is they must then repay that tax. That's the state law. Basically, our position, our job within this is to basically verify that, in fact, we are, that they are still utilizing the property as in an agricultural use. So that's our function, and it's been verified, and so therefore I'm recommending that we approve this evening. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I did just want to add, as the ward council person for that district, that the petitioner has really helped us to address a huge need. That area is definitely considered a food desert. That neighborhood doesn't have access to fresh foods and vegetables, so the petitioner has partnered with Saferstein Towers across the street, helping to fill that need, and has also partnered with the new development, I Promise Housing. So I just wanted to share that for the record. So the committee's report is favorable. The rules have been suspended. All in favor, roll call.
Baylor?
Aye.
Connor? Aye. Freeman?
Aye.
Fusco?
Aye.
Holland?
Aye.
Lombardo?
Aye.
McKittrick?
Aye.
Malik?
Aye.
Mosley?
Aye.
Neal?
Aye.
Amobian? Somerville?
Aye.
This resolution passes 12-0.
We'll continue with old business, planning and economic development. Councilman Fusco.
Time on the balance of the agenda.
Okay. Time will be granted. We are now going to move to public safety. Councilman Kamer is the chair of that committee. He is not present. So co-chair, Councilwoman Mosley, what is the pleasure on item number 1?
On item number 1, Madam President, we are asking for time.
Okay. And so if you would be so kind, Councilwoman, will you
committee.
poll your committee for time?
Polling committee for time. Lombardo,
Aye.
Malik,
Aye.
McKittrick.
Aye.
All right. Committee's request is time.
Okay. And Councilwoman, what is the pleasure on item number 2?
Item number 2, I think, is going to be spoken to on number 18, that's committee of the whole.
Yes. So I am asking the committee to take time on the substitute piece that was presented during committee today. I have reached out to one of the applicants that represents Ward 3. Her name is Renata, and she has agreed to pull her application so that we can make sure we reserve a spot, a seat at the table for a black male, 18 to 35. So we are taking time on item number 2. And so, Councilwoman, if you would be so kind just to poll your committee
Yep.
for that.
Lombardo,
Aye.
Malik,
Aye.
McKittrick.
Aye.
Committee's report is time, please.
Okay. So that actually concludes our old business. We're now going to move into new legislation.
Item number 1 is offered by Councilman Fusco. Resolution expressing opposition to Ohio General Assembly HB 1, a bill that would flatten Ohio's income tax down to a single rate, resulting in a significant loss of revenue to schools and local governments and declaring an emergency.
Councilman Freeman?
Yes, committee supports favorable, and we're asking for suspension of the rules.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Chair. The committee's choice is suspension of the rules. Are there any objections? Seeing and hearing none, the rules have been suspended.
Yes, I'd like to defer to Mr. Fusco in this item, please.
Thank you, Chairman Freeman. This is, excuse me, a resolution expressing opposition to a General Assembly or House Bill number 1 that has been introduced. This is restructuring a lot of the way the state taxes Ohioans. One of the proposals is a flat tax that would be applied across the board. And of course, with a flat tax, those individuals would benefit at the bottom end, but the benefit would be very minimal. But those at the top end would benefit greatly because it's a reduction. What does that do for us as a local city? Again, we're going to be penalized in terms of the local government funds because the amount of income tax that's going to be collected is going to be reduced. The other piece of this is that the millage is going, the assessed valuation for real estate taxes is going to go from 35% to 31.5%. Okay, and the basis of that is the property value. What that's going to do is that is going to obviously the ones who are going to, and it's put fairly well by the Speaker of the House, who's very much in favor of this going forward. Of course, we're expressing our opposition to it because it's going to have a dramatic effect, not only on us, but on others. And Stevens, the House Speaker, explained that now the problem is for local governments, those automatic increases that have come over the years with inflating values are going to have to come from either votes of the voter or other ways of dealing with that. Stevens then, and I'm quoting the WOSU 89.7, Stevens said that the explanation is complicated, but admitted this could mean cities and counties, children's services, libraries, parks, and other entities could have to go to the ballot with levies. If a local area wants more fire department services, they vote for a levy. If they want more sidewalks, you know, it's again a self-determining factor. But again, what we see here is basically the state putting it back on localities. Whenever that income tax, what was passed, I understand like 60 years ago or so, part of that was the deal with the localities was a portion of it is going to go toward local governments, and so they've now found a way to do that. It's also important to note too that the rainy day fund is last year was at $2.7 billion. You know, after the recession, there was a big concern about about the state rainy day fund, and they took local government funds away from us to replenish it. Well, it's at $2.7 billion right now, and excuse me, the forecast for next year is $3.4 billion. It was also noted by our our budget director that the real estate side will impact us at a minimum of probably $3.5 million annually that we're going to have to make up for, which pays for approximately 40 employees. I thank council for their support on this, and if someone wants to offer it as council as a whole and the mayor, I'd be okay with that. Thank you.
Okay. The committee's report is favorable. The rules have been suspended. Is there a motion on the floor for mayor and council as a whole?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, roll call.
Baylor? Aye. Connor? Aye. Freeman? Freeman?
Aye.
Fusco? Holland?
Aye.
Lombardo?
Aye.
McKittrick?
Aye.
Malik?
Aye.
Mosley?
Aye.
Neal?
Aye.
Amobian?
Aye.
Somerville.
Aye.
This resolution passes 12-0. Item number 2, offered by Fusco, ordinance authorizing a conditional use to establish an adult daycare at 222 Jewett Street and declaring an emergency.
Councilman Fusco,
Refer and advertise for public hearing.
this item will be referred.
Item number 3, offered by Fusco, ordinance authorizing the Director of Planning and Urban Development or his designee to sell approximately .09 acres of city-owned property located at 133 Lake Street and declaring an emergency.
Councilman Fusco,
Consent agenda.
this item will be placed on the consent agenda.
Item number 4, offered by Fusco, ordinance authorizing the acquisition of parcel number 67-16110 located at 1276 and 1280 Copley Road from the Summit County Land Bank and declaring an emergency.
Councilman Fusco,
Consent agenda.
this item will also be placed on the consent agenda.
Item number 5, offered by Fusco, ordinance approving the historic designation of 243 Furnace Street, former Federal Warehouse and Storage Building, as a historic landmark and declaring an emergency.
Councilman Fusco,
The report of the committee is for suspension of the rules with a favorable report.
are there any objections to suspension of the rules? Seeing and hearing none, the rules have been suspended.
Yes, thank you. This property is, has a rich history with regards to Akron. And what we would be doing here is approving our piece of this in terms of recognizing it as a historic property so that investment can be made within the property. The Planning Commission, as well as the Urban Design and Fine Arts Commission, I believe it is, they reviewed this application and they recommended approval. So with that, we're recommending approval this evening as well.
Okay, thank you. The rules have been suspended. The committee's report is favorable. All in favor, roll call.
Baylor? Aye. Connor? Aye. Freeman?
Aye.
Fusco?
Aye.
Holland?
Aye.
Lombardo?
Aye.
McKittrick?
Aye.
Malik?
Aye.
Mosley?
Aye.
Neal?
Aye.
Amobian?
Aye.
Somerville.
Aye.
This ordinance passes 12-0. Item number 6, offered by Fusco, resolution declaring the necessity and intent of the City of Akron to appropriate and acquire easement interests in real property located at 1318 Big Falls Avenue for the purposes of constructing, maintaining, repairing, enlarging, and reconstructing a sewer or sewers and/or water lines for drainage, sewerage, and other associated purposes in connection with the North Side Interceptor Tunnel Project and declaring an emergency.
Councilman Fusco,
Consent agenda.
this item will be placed on the consent agenda.
Item number 7, offered by Fusco, resolution declaring the necessity and intent of the City of Akron to appropriate and acquire easement interests in real property located at 1527 Riverside Drive for the purposes of constructing, maintaining, repairing, enlarging, and reconstructing a sewer or sewers and/or water lines for drainage, sewerage, and other associated purposes in connection with Northside Interceptor Tunnel Project and declaring an emergency.
Councilman Fusco,
Consent agenda.
this item will also be placed on the consent agenda.
Item number 8, offered by Mosley, ordinance authorizing the Director of Public Service or his designee to enter into a contract or contracts after publicly advertising for bids and/or self-perform work to replace the Greystone HVAC control systems and declaring an emergency.
Councilwoman Mosley,
Consent agenda, please.
this item will be placed on the consent agenda.
Item number 9, offered by Mosley, ordinance authorizing the Director of Public Service or his designee to enter into a contract or contracts after publicly advertising for bids to replace the HVAC system for the laboratory at the water treatment plant and declaring an emergency.
Councilwoman Mosley,
Consent.
This item will also be placed on the consent agenda.
Item number 10, offered by Mosley, ordinance authorizing the Director of Public Service or his designee to enter into a contract or contracts after publicly advertising for bids and/or self-perform work for facility improvements at the Municipal Service Center and declaring an emergency.
Councilwoman Mosley.
Consent agenda.
This item will also be placed on the consent agenda.
Item number 11, offered by Mosley, ordinance authorizing the Director of Public Service or his designee, after publicly advertising for bids, to enter into a contract or contracts to repair defective sidewalks and drive aprons throughout the city of Akron and to address ADA accessibility issues at city parks and community centers as part of its City Sidewalks 2023 project and declaring an emergency.
Councilwoman Mosley.
Yes, the committee's report is favorable, and we're asking for suspension of the rules.
Are there any objections to suspension of the rules? Seeing and hearing none, the rules have been suspended.
Nothing further.
Okay, thank you. The rules have been suspended. The committee's report is favorable. All in favor, roll call.
Baylor? Aye. Connor? Aye. Freeman?
Aye.
Fusco? Aye. Holland?
Aye.
Lombardo?
Aye.
McKittrick?
Aye.
Malik?
Aye.
Mosley?
Aye.
Neal?
Aye.
Omobian?
Aye.
Somerville?
Aye.
This ordinance passes 12-0. Item number 12, offered by Mosley, ordinance authorizing the service director and/or purchasing agent to enter into a contract or contracts after publicly advertising for bids for the construction of the Akron-Fulton Airport runway and identifier lights and declaring an emergency.
Councilwoman Mosley.
Yes, the committee's report is favorable, and we're asking for suspension of the rules.
Are there any objections to suspension of the rules? Seeing and hearing none, the rules have been suspended.
Nothing further.
Okay. The rules have been suspended. The committee's report is favorable. All in favor, roll call.
Baylor?
Aye.
Connor? Aye. Freeman?
Aye.
Fusco? Holland?
Aye.
Lombardo?
Aye.
McKittrick?
Aye.
Malik?
Aye.
Mosley?
Aye.
Neal?
Aye.
Omobian?
Aye.
Somerville?
Aye.
This ordinance passes 12-0. Item number 13, offered by Mosley, ordinance authorizing the service director and/or purchasing agent to enter into a contract or contracts after publicly advertising for bids for the construction of the Akron-Fulton Airport Taxiway R Rehabilitation Project and declaring an emergency.
Councilwoman Mosley.
The committee's report is favorable, and we're asking for suspension of the rules.
Are there any objections to suspension of the rules? Seeing and hearing none, the rules have been suspended.
Nothing further.
Okay. The rules have been suspended. The committee's report is favorable. All in favor, roll call.
Baylor?
Aye.
Connor? Aye. Freeman?
Aye.
Fusco? Holland?
Aye.
Lombardo?
Aye.
McKittrick?
Aye.
Malik?
Aye.
Mosley?
Aye.
Neal?
Aye.
Omobian?
Aye.
Somerville?
Aye.
This ordinance passes 12-0. Item number 14, offered by Mosley, resolution declaring it necessary to improve Miller Road between the termini of Ridgewood Road and West Market Street by resurfacing and declaring an emergency.
Councilwoman Mosley.
Consent agenda.
This item will be placed on the consent agenda.
Item number 15, offered by Kamer, ordinance authorizing the purchasing agent, after publicly advertising for bids, to enter into a contract or contracts for the purchase of protective helmets and face shields for police officers and declaring an emergency.
Councilwoman Mosley.
Yes, the committee's report is favorable, and we're asking for suspension of the rules.
Are there any objections to suspension of the rules? Seeing and hearing none, the rules have been suspended.
Nothing further.
Thank you. Rules have been suspended. The committee's report is favorable. All in favor, roll call.
Baylor?
Aye.
Connor? Aye. Freeman?
Aye.
Fusco? Holland?
Aye.
Lombardo?
Aye.
McKittrick?
Aye.
Malik?
Aye.
Mosley?
Aye.
Neal?
Aye.
Omobian?
Aye.
Somerville?
Aye.
This ordinance passes 12-0. Item number 16, offered by Kamer, Ordinance authorizing the purchasing agent to enter into a contract or contracts without the formality of publicly advertising for bids with Pierce Manufacturing Incorporated and Atlantic Emergency Solutions for the purchase of one fire pumper and declaring an emergency.
Councilwoman Mosley,
The committee's report is favorable, and we're asking for suspension of the rules.
are there any objections to suspension of the rules? Seeing and hearing none, the rules have been suspended. Any further comment?
Nothing further.
That's it, okay. The committee's report is favorable. All in favor? Roll call.
Baylor. Aye. Connor. Aye. Freeman.
Aye.
Fusco. Aye. Holland.
Aye.
Lombardo.
Aye.
McKittrick.
Aye.
Malik.
Aye.
Mosley.
Aye.
Neal.
Aye.
Amobian.
Aye.
Somerville.
Aye.
This ordinance passes 12-0. 16A was the substitute that the committee already took time on. Item number 17 is offered by Mayor Horrigan and President Somerville. Resolution declaring the month of March 2023 Developmental Disabilities Awareness Month in the City of Akron to raise awareness about developmental disabilities in the local community and to recognize and celebrate the many individuals, families, agencies, and community partners that contribute to strive to give affected individuals the full benefits of citizenship and declaring an emergency.
Councilwoman Amobian.
This afternoon, we had the pleasure of having the superintendent of Summit DD present. I don't know if she's here tonight. Basically, she was asking us to support the month of March is considered to be the, it's a inclusion day, but the month of March is considered to be DD Awareness Month. And she's asking for our support in kicking off this month and also in celebrating all the inclusion activities and things that have happened over the years. There will be on March 4th through March 6th, you can go to the Akron Zoo free of charge by wearing orange. And this is basically to recognize all of the good work that they're doing with inclusion of those individuals who suffer from developmental disabilities. And I think most of us have heard and have seen that many of these individuals have a track record second to none in terms of performing extremely well, showing up for work, and being very good employees. And it's so wonderful to know that we have a community that is accepting and engaging and inclusive of all individuals. And the DD board has done some outstanding work in making sure these individuals are engaged and part of our communities. So we're asking for that support. I would like for us to have that as mayor and council as a whole, please.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. All in favor? Roll call.
Baylor. Aye. Connor. Aye. Freeman.
Aye.
Fusco. Holland.
Aye.
Lombardo.
Aye.
McKittrick.
Aye.
Malik.
Aye.
Mosley.
Aye.
Neal.
Aye.
Amobian.
Aye.
Somerville.
Aye.
This resolution, passes 12-0. Number 18 is offered by President Somerville. Resolution approving and confirming the appointment by Akron City Council of Donzella Aneskowitz, Amokai Akolo, Diane Lewis, Caitlin Castle, Robert Gippen, and Kemp Boyd to the Akron Citizens Police Oversight Board as established by Charter Section 68A and declaring an emergency.
Okay. Thank you so much. So because this piece is just now coming in this evening, we need to have a motion to go into council as a whole.
So moved.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call, please.
Baylor. Aye. Connor. Aye. Freeman.
Aye.
Fusco. Holland.
Aye.
Lombardo.
Aye.
McKittrick.
Aye.
Malik.
Aye.
Mosley.
Aye.
Neal.
Aye.
Amobian.
Aye.
Somerville.
Aye.
That motion passes 12-0.
Okay, thank you. So I think I will begin. I first want to again thank all the residents who applied to be a part of the Citizens Review Board. That takes a lot of courage, and so I want to thank everyone for doing that. I also want to thank the council members who were a part of the selection committee. That was myself, Councilwoman Amobian, Councilman Brad McKittrick, and Councilman Donnie Kamer. I have said this, and I will continue to say it because, for me, it is just the truth. These names that we are bringing forth really and truly are the best of the best to represent Akron and to really help us move the needle to bridging the gap between police and community. And we know that we need a lot of work in that space, and we need to have some honest and open and difficult conversations. And so I really do believe that all of these nominees or appointments can help us do just that. One of the things that we have been talking about that's been so critically important is making sure that this board is representative of our community, not just by race or sex, but also by thought, perception, ideas. And so we think that, again, this slate is very diverse in all of those things. So at this time, I just want to say that I'm in full support of the slate. I am proud of the work that the selection committee has done, and I'd just like to open it up if there are any further questions or comments from council members at this time. And probably what we'll do, Councilwoman Amobian.
Thank you, Madam President. As I stated before, I thank you for allowing me to serve on this committee. And again, I totally agree with you that we believe that we have selected a very diverse, inclusive slate. And again, we have not gone into this process thinking that we are going to get perfect human beings. And again, I just want to remind people, I work in mental health every day. And one of the good things that we did many, many years ago, and it's been one of the best things to happen, is that our staff is inclusive of all kinds of folks. We have folks that are recovering, folks that have been in prison, folks that have engaged in all kinds of behaviors. And we intentionally hire these individuals because they can use their lived experiences to help us embrace and engage people in the work that we're trying to help them accomplish. So when we went into this work, I certainly went into it with my eyes wide open. I had no idea about anybody's social media documents or writings or anything, because I don't look at that stuff. I've never looked at it before, and I don't know if we looked at every applicant's social media or any other information about them. But I do want to say that I believe, as I've stated before, that every individual on this slate could serve us extremely well in this city. And issue 10 is all about improving police and citizens' relationships and the relations that we need to have in this community. And again, we wanted to have every kind of person on this as much as possible. We particularly wanted to have young black men, because we know that most of the terrible killings that have happened across this United States of America have happened mostly to young black men in that age range of 25 to 30 something, or 18 to whatever that range is. It's the young adults that we were looking for. So we were intentional about trying to get somebody with police experience. Lawyers, I think we have more than enough lawyers on, but they were not necessarily on because they're a law background. But we ended up with about 3 or 4 of them. But there were individuals who had other things like social service background in addition to being a lawyer. We have a teacher who came and brought with her her portfolio of her students that she's lost in the last few years, which brought us all to tears practically. We have individuals who have worked in mental health with social service degrees. We have several individuals with pastoral background. And so we brought a lot of folks to the table, and we all agreed on these individuals. And I stand by the slate that we're recommending. I believe these individuals will serve us well. And I want us all to remember that the legislation that was passed, the amendment, identified 9 individuals to serve. So I know there's some concern that we didn't have a representation of all the wards, but the citizens approved this, 62%. So they read what they were approving, and we all believe that these individuals can come together and serve us and help us create the kind of oversight board that is independent and hire an independent police auditor and all of those individuals that are needed to help us do this work. And this is going to be challenging work for us, folks. We know any day now we can hear about the results of the Jayla Walker situation, but I can tell you that as a city, we're going to do our best to receive whatever the outcome is and try to hold our city together. But we need to remember that whatever is being accused, this young man, Omokai, seems to be the topic of discussion. Whatever he's being accused of, we need to think about the context in which he was writing those things. And just keep in mind, he has agreed that he can independently think through any decisions, be objective, and we know that he's extremely bright. We know he's a lawyer, and we know that he has served this community and has served this community very well. And he has come here and volunteered to help individuals that are going through the eviction process. I mean, you think about this, I just ask us to be open-minded and think through what we're talking about here. This is our homegrown son. He went through our Akron public school system, went away to college and did extremely well, came back, went to our law school, did extremely well. Now he's a lawyer. He lived in Cleveland, but moved back to Akron so that he could serve his community that he grew up in. So I thank you very much for the opportunity to speak, but I stand by the slate that we have before us. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Malik?
Thank you, Madam President. As was mentioned, in November, over 62% of voters approved Issue 10. I stood behind it as a petitioner. I stand behind it tonight. Issue 10 required us to select members of this board by supermajority vote by the end of the day today. We have known about this deadline for months, and yet this afternoon, not at the last minute, but after the last minute, not this morning, not last Friday when we were supposed to receive new legislation, we received a new list of names during the meeting. That is not something that is designed to create consensus. It is incredibly disrespectful to me, to everyone on this council, to everyone who voted for Issue 10, and every member of our community. We have said plenty about Amokai. He is incredibly well qualified. He is an amazing product of this community. And he has said things that I've been clear that I disagree with. But he represents a critical voice. And for a committee of this body to recommend him, this person who could be doing anything else with his time, for them to recommend him, and then at the last minute, sub him out without even a vote, the only words I have for that are institutional racism. Okay.
Please.
And I don't say that lightly. I'm glad that we are voting on the original list tonight. But we have an obligation as this council to select members of this board tonight. So if there are not the votes for this list, we need to stay in this room until we select those members. The whole point of Issue 10 is to have consensus. We don't get to say it's too hard to create consensus. We have to stay in this room and we cannot leave this meeting. If we can't do that, if we can't do what the voters asked us to do, how are we going to build trust and how are we going to create safety in this community?
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Mosley?
Thank you, Madam President. The only thing that changed for Imokai was what ward he lived in. He was good enough for Ward 5, but he wasn't good enough for Ward 3. He was good enough for Ward 5, but not good enough for Ward 3. We have a black man, under 34, an attorney, a forward thinker. I don't think there's anyone that has been recommended that checks as many boxes as Imokai. Anyone who watched us this afternoon, they see the frustration around this horseshoe. And we around this horseshoe should have witnessed the frustration and the disappointment of those who sat here this afternoon. Because the way Imokai was treated, not just in front of this body, but in front of Akronites, was disrespectful. It was so disrespectful and so disheartening, not just for him, but for us, a community, to say he's good enough, but he's not good enough. And we have got to do better down here. So I'm hoping that after this afternoon, that some of you all had an opportunity to really examine your hearts and your mind, and will support him going forward, because I don't think it gets any better than this. We can go back and look through all the applications, and maybe we might find someone. I don't think we will. I don't think we will. So I do hope that there has been some change of heart of some of these council members. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Holland?
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to chime in and echo many of the sentiments expressed, including by the President of City Council. I'd like to add that this body, this room, and our processes are meant to embody the idea of democracy. We come here most weeks to follow a process that's been in place for generations. And what we do in many weeks is somewhat ministerial and somewhat routine, and we pass legislation about things like roads and sewers, and then every now and then we do something that is historic, and we do something that is carrying out the will of the people. We do something that is the extension of an amendment to what represents the City of Akron's Constitution, the city charter. And that's what we've been charged to do here. And embedded within the idea of democracy is disagreement. At the very least, embedded in the idea of democracy is that we are not all the same. That, as is expressed over and over again in many of the world's great religious traditions, we don't necessarily see things as they are. We each see things as we are. And here we are. And we're called now to really look deeply into ourselves. We know where each other stand, in large part, and unfortunately a lot of that was revealed this afternoon. I commented to a family member between meetings today that the last time I cried at work, I was a waitress. And I sincerely hope that there can be no more tears, that we can, in fact, rise to the level of democratic rightness, of what is expected and appropriate to this process, our responsibilities. And I understand deeply held feelings, we all do, but we have marching orders. A friend and colleague remarked to me today that I fought as hard for Mr. Okolo as I would for my own son. And I did, and I would, and I will. And I'd like to apologize to him for the indignity of this process. I'd also like to thank the members that have been put forward for this Citizens Oversight Board, because they have unflinchingly and unfailingly taken this seriously. This is serious, and we are serious people in search of a serious solution to a serious problem, not a new one, an old one. And if nothing changes, nothing changes. So we have asked ourselves for additional time, and it would be my sincere hope that time can make the difference in hearts and recognition of what democracy calls us to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Are there any other comments at this time? Okay. Very good. So at this time, we are going to need a motion.
Motion for approval with suspension of the rules.
So we have a motion on the floor. Can I get a second?
Second.
Roll call.
Baylor? Aye. Connor?
Yes.
Freeman? Fusco? Holland?
Aye.
Lombardo?
Nay.
McKittrick?
Nay.
Malik?
Aye.
Mosley?
Aye.
Neal?
Aye.
Omobian?
Aye.
Somerville?
Aye.
Okay, it did not receive the 9 votes that would be necessary to suspend the rules.
Can you tell the vote count?
Sure. It is 8-4.
Okay. Thank you so much. So at this time, I'm just going to ask if we can please get a motion to come out of committee as a whole.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call.
Baylor? Aye. Connor?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear it.
The motion was to come out of committee of the whole.
Oh. Aye.
Thank you. Freeman?
Aye.
Fusco? Holland?
Aye.
Lombardo?
Aye.
McKittrick?
Aye.
Malik?
Aye.
Mosley?
Aye.
Neal? Omobian?
Aye.
Somerville?
Aye.
That motion passes 12-0.
That concludes our new legislation for this evening. We're now going to go to the portion of our meeting that we refer to as our public comment period. I'm going to ask all those who are wishing to participate to please stand at this time so that you may be sworn in.
Could you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth? If so, please say, I do. I do. Thank you.
Okay. So thank you so very much. When you hear your name, I'm just going to ask that you please approach the podium. And we're going to start with Apostolette.
Yah wants to heal us everywhere we hurt, everywhere we hurt. Yah will see us through and take our pain away. Yah will provide for us each and every day. We'll lift our hearts and say, we need you, and we need you right away. We need you right away. Council President Somerville and Police Chief Steve Millett, we're in trouble. The racial tension in this city and country is horrible. And Molokai is being denied that opportunity because he does not have a European name. He does not have a European look because he's black with dreadlocks. And he does not have a name such as Robert Jones, the way that Christopher Columbus came in and tried to take over America on his way to India. It's overt, blatant racism. He's being discriminated against because of his age. And the old people who believe that women and children and younger people are supposed to be subservient to them don't believe he should have a voice. He's being discriminated against because he gives to the community like he did when he came to your community meeting last month. Free services for people who cannot afford it because the greedy don't want to help the needy. I'm apostolate. I'm a preacher of the gospel of Jesus Christ, and I don't like any council member coming to me before a council meeting telling me that I'm supposed to deny Jesus Christ and I'm supposed to bow to a flag and swear to anything, because my Bible tells me that I don't swear to anything in the earth, above the earth, or beneath the earth, and I don't like being threatened. I came here, and I don't like the insults the racist insults I keep getting from Councilman Lombardo, Council President, every time I come here. My children, my grandchildren and I were raised in politics, and we don't need a white person to tell us anything on how to conduct ourselves. And I don't appreciate it. I came here this evening because for several weeks now, I have been making an effort to raise $800 or $1,500 for someone who needs money because of the banking systems, which is racist. I can't get anybody to give me $800. So I know that this young man is being discriminated against because a woman of color, when we speak.
Apostle, I'm so sorry, but your 3 minutes is up.
Thank you very much. And I would like to continue this conversation because this is blatantly overt racism that must cease and desist.
Thank you. Is James Quinn present with us?
Hello. So first off, I want to offer my sincere thanks to the council people who have spoken out in support of Imikaya Kolo, especially Councilman Neal, Councilwoman Mosley, Councilwoman Amobian, Councilwoman Holland, and Councilman Shamus. Watching that committee meeting today and then the subsequent vote after was sickening. It was embarrassing and it was downright disrespectful. Disrespectful to Imikai and disrespectful to the community. This body that stands here before us says that they govern with impartiality, and also state in the same breath that Imikai cannot somehow demonstrate that same impartiality, which is pretty rich considering that this is the same council that votes with their donors. But I digress and would like to call your attention to the vast disparities between the various police chosen for the board, including Renata and Imikai Kolo's application. In Imikai's application, he, an Akron resident, both born and raised in Akron, explains on how the reasons he wants to be on the board stems from the perspective he brings from the community as well as his love of Akron as a city. He has goals in Akron to help build this amazing city into something more incredible. For how Imikai is qualified, he has a fairly packed application with specific work involved in police accountability from a legal side with his work at Ed Jones Day. Looking at Renata's application, her application is substantially more sparse, and in qualifications, her only qualification is that she is an active duty police officer. So it's kind of good that she retracted her application. When discussing impartiality, how do we know that the police officers on the board can be impartial? Looking at Imikai's record, we can see that Imikai would not have gotten to where he is without at least a modicum of impartiality. And yet the police on the accountability board have not presented anything that proves they can be impartial. Looking at other police departments, the issues of corruption exist in these other departments, and so we can't just use their status as police officers as an indication that they can be impartial. Additionally, I want to ask what city resources, if any, were used to procure the aforementioned social media posts that council keeps referencing. I know the Akron Police Department has an intel division. Was that applied? Finally, we've been coming into city council to speak for over a year now on a variety of issues. It always seems like the same people are condescending, rude, and in many cases outright racist to the community that comes in to speak on these issues. Freeman, Lombardo, McKittrick, Fusco, y'all should probably take an anti-white supremacy training class if you want to have success in these upcoming elections. Many organizations such as the Freedom Bloc offer them for free. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Quinn. Reverend John Beatty.
President Somerville and members of the council. Hode Nina Taka Kusumali Nawe. That's Swahili for hello, I wish to talk with you. First, I want to recommend a book to understand what happened here this afternoon. It's called Cast by Isabel Wilkerson. It's probably one of the books that a certain governor in Florida has banned. I wish to convince you, you 4 or 5 who have voted against Amokai. This is what I would have said this afternoon if I wasn't ushered out by a very kind policeman. I've heard the statement by Mr. Fusco that he just doesn't fit in. He doesn't fit in. That's the number one reason for having Mr. Okolo on this committee. Mr. Okolo is a unique treasure. Even his name is right out of Africa. Since most of the complaints against police brutality come from the black community, the committee should have a black man who is proud of his race on the committee. He is the only candidate from Ward 3, for where most of the complaints against the police come. Ward 3 is one of the poorest, if not the poorest, of wards in the city. It has the lowest rate of voting in the city. People are fed up that they don't even vote anymore. It has one of the highest rates of violence in the city. It is the ward where the riots of the 1960s originated. It is the ward where the conflict between police and community is the most extreme. It is a ward where black-on-black crime is abominably high, and the police department is left to pick up the pieces and keep control. Number 2, he is intelligent. He reads. He is aware. He is a lawyer in a prestigious law firm in Cleveland, a city that is under a consent decree from the United States Department of Justice, and has a functioning police citizens review board. He can learn from our bigger city to the north. He can compare the two boards and share what works and what doesn't. Number 3, he is homegrown. A graduate of Akron Public Schools, a graduate of Firestone High School, a graduate from the University of Akron School of Law. He is making or... Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend Beatty. Kenneth Brooks.
I'd like to say hello to the city of Akron because clearly this council has nothing to do or no real care for the citizens. Today I was at the committee meeting where this was first brought up, and I mean, just to see the infighting and the blatant racism and the blatant disregard that is on display every time, every Monday we come here. I mean, I don't even know what to say. We do appreciate that Ward 3 has finally decided to back something serious, but I mean, I have to offer up that if we would have stood up longer, way before now, we wouldn't be in this situation. We would appreciate if you've took a stand before now. We appreciate you being here, but we could have got this. We wouldn't be in this situation. Every week is just something that lets us know that you have no real care for the citizens, especially the black citizens. He is he's an ideal candidate. And what about that scares you? Because he referred to a police officer as a pig, which by definition is ignorant, violent police officer, a corrupt police officer. He was speaking about police corruption, the very thing that you want him to speak about in this position. Now with this situation, happening. There are people who wanted to speak about this, current members of this review board, who said they were deeply disturbed by what they seen this morning, and now are unwilling to speak for whatever reason, when that's the very reason they've been seated. They won't speak here in front of you, but now we're asking them to speak against police corruption and police violence. They see what they're up against and they don't want to speak out. Like you're trying to defeat the thing before it will even get started. When it was offered in the fall, everybody on the board who says they were for it was not for it. We would have appreciated your support then. As a city, we need to look at what's going on. We need to see how they're selling away all the property in Ward 3. We need to see the gentrification that's coming. We need to see the actual power struggles and the power dynamics that are going on here. And know that they're planning for our future, and we have to plan as well. We have to organize as well. We have to come together and actually become the change we want to see, because clearly in this youth, it's not going to happen because they do not care. Impotent leadership for too long. We need to stand up and say something about it, and I hope that everybody is finally awoken up to see that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brooks. Beverly Richards.
Good evening. I am one of the mayor's selections for the Citizens Review Committee. I'm thrilled to be a part of this, and I'm also wanted to be a part of this committee to be one of the voices. And I think we need all of our voices to make this work. And I strongly encourage that we have many voices available. And I would like to yield the rest of my time to this gentleman here.
We typically don't allow it, but you got a couple minutes. I will grant it on this one occasion, okay?
Thank you, President. As I said, he is homegrown. Why would he choose to live in Ward 3? He thought it was Ward 5, but it's right on the border, and he changed. There's another person, I think, that was admitted on the board who had on their application the wrong ward. So that's on. Anyway, he loves the city of Akron enough to live in the poorest ward. He could have been living in Bath, Peninsula, Richfield, or Hudson. Why does he choose Ward 3? He loves the city of Akron and the mentors here who have helped him along the way up, like Marty Belsky, Dean Emeritus of the University of Akron Law School. Do your homework. Call him up and ask him what he thinks of Imokai, his student and mentee. He's known him since, I believe, the 8th grade or less, or younger. I have been trying to phone Dr. Belsky, but he's been ill, and he's had doctor's appointments today. But give him a call. Just call the University of Akron Law School. Most important, he is young. If he is approved, he would be the youngest person on this board, a member of the hip-hop generation. Nobody else is on there, I believe, from the hip-hop generation. He is of the age who can share the point of view of the younger generation who is hurting the most and fears the police the most, the people from 18 to 27, or 8 or 9. He would be by far, precisely because he doesn't fit in. That is why we should vote for him to be on the Citizen Review Board of Akron, Ohio.
Thank you. Reverend Nanette Pitt.
Good evening. Thank you, Madam President.
Reverend Nanette Pitt, resident of Ward 4, serving a church in Ward 1. Our church is 190 years old this year. 190 years old, founded in 1833. We have seen many changes, and our congregation has a history that wouldn't make us proud for what we stand for today. This body too, this city, we have to acknowledge is founded on principles that are not always serving us, and that definitely don't serve us in this day and age. We have to shift and change. And as one of the counselors said this afternoon, change is difficult. I stand before you as a white South African, an immigrant to this country, now a proud American and Akronite. But as a white South African, I had to learn what Ubuntu meant. My well-being is tied intrinsically to the well-being of others. Sirs, because you're sirs this afternoon's vote, when you find yourself voting as a bloc and you're all white men, you have to stop and ask yourself a question about what interests you're serving. Because 62% of this city's residents voted for issue 10. And at this moment, I'd like to thank the President, Margot Somerville, because I know you have misgivings about issue 10. You've been frank about them. But once the citizens voted for this legislation, you supported it as a public servant. Thank you. Welcome. As public servants, you are to serve the public who voted you into office, the whole public. I understand your ward and not special interests though, not the money that funds campaigns or the fraternities and the old boys clubs in the background. As white people, we have to be willing to change. Otherwise, we only uphold a status quo that is no longer serving the common good. You cannot bring legislation in and it abides by the letter of your rules or the letter of the law while abusing the spirit of what you should be standing for. It stinks. It stinks. And I stood here for you months ago berating you, and you all are still behaving unacceptably. So as a moral leader serving the oldest church in Akron, I am telling you, this is unacceptable, and it must change. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend Pitt. Is Tristan Reed here with us?
Greetings, Madam President Somerville, and to all of council. I wanted to come as well as a nominee for the mayor. It is a distinguished honor to have been nominated. This is a moment that I have been waiting for since October when I first applied to be a part of the committee. Unfortunately, today, I called off work. I had 12 patients that I had to cancel and rearrange, only to come here and be disgruntled by what I thought was going to be a great day and turned into a moment of tragedy. We saw a young man who is exceptional, who is qualified, who represents the epitome of what we want any human to be, especially an African-American man, pretty much be defined and disenfranchised by a Facebook post. Today, when I left the meeting, I was contemplating whether I should come back, and I realized that he needs support, as much support as possible, especially from his constituents. Lastly, I began to realize that if someone as excellent and exceptional as him could be scrutinized on one post, all of us could. Every last one of us who were nominated could be excommunicated or disenfranchised from this committee, a city that we love. Akron is home, it's my heart. And unfortunately, that's not enough. It's not enough to have several degrees. It's not enough to pass law school. It's not enough to serve your community. One post that was explained could disenfranchise you from an opportunity of a lifetime. Thank you.
Thank you, Tristan. Dr. Roderick Pounds. No, no, no. Take your time.
Hi, everybody. How are you all? I'm Dr. Pounds. One statement, right? His Facebook post, and you have to excuse me for what I'm about to say. But sometimes out of angst and anger, we say a lot of different things. About the time of his post, I heard these other posts. One said, F the police. Around that same time, another statement came out, and I heard, how do you spell murderer? APD. It was on Facebook. Then another statement, Akron police, racist pigs. I'm tired of this, S-H-I-T. You know who said those posts? Me. Now here's the hypocrisy. You all, the city, and I thank you for extending me the privilege to write the legislation and petition it. I'm one of the petitioners. We created the capacity to even have the Citizens Review Board, and I keep asking myself, how did I merit such opportunity? It's like you all gave me grace. And you said, well, I really know him. That's not Dr. Pounds. That's not the preacher, but he was mad or he was angry. And none of us are at our best when we're angry. That was one statement. And you cannot use that to erase the integrity of that young man. If you do, you're going to test the very grace and the limits of that grace from this city and from the very people that put you where you are. That was out of anger. And I said some things out of anger. As a matter of fact, after I posted those things, then I went straight to the police department and said it to their face. I was mad as hell, and I said things that I should not say, but it does not take away from who I am. So I thank you all for extending me the grace to write the very legislation that we're debating about right now. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Pounds. Is Shamika Pulliam here with us?
My name is Shamika Pulliam. I'm a resident of Ward 3. I am a mother of a black son. I am a wife to a black husband, and I am a sister to several black brothers. Emokai Okolo belongs on this board. Emokai, a young black man, is the reason this oversight board was drawn in the first place. He is the voice of Akron. I am disheartened by what I've seen this board do over the last few months, and most importantly, today. This city has no confidence in you all, as Tara Mosley stated this morning. None. You can cut the racism in here with a knife. It is clear who sees us as humans. It is also clear who are the puppets. It's clear someone is in your pocket. You are not here for us. You're here for you. I wonder how many of you have actually have sat down and had a conversation with a black man and had a real conversation. A three-letter word does not define a man and who he is. I feel like that's a cop-out for no reason. By definition of the word pig, I see no lies. To not voting Mokai in to sit on this board is an outrage. The city is still in mourning, waiting for the murderers to be prosecuted, and we exercise our constitutional right and pass legislation that will directly help us. Who are you to deny that? As I stated about the Akron police, we don't pay you to kill us. And I will state to you, we don't pay you to silence us. We feel the racism in this room. And as of right here today, we are not going anywhere. Akron is our home, and if you don't like it, you should probably leave. You can't feel threatened by people you're paid to serve. You shouldn't feel threatened by words, and clearly are threatened by a black man's presence. This is the problem. How can you fight for someone you feel threatened by? Amokai is articulate, more educated than probably most of you on this board, and he is a young black man. Don't deny him a seat on this board. Racism was declared a public health crisis in this city, and it starts at the top, and it is very, very evident that is in here today.
Thank you, Shamika. Stephanie Baker.
Hello, I'm here like everyone else to speak to the Citizens Review Board. The city came together after the murder of Jalen Walker and voted for change. We came together in good faith, wanting new and different voices at the table, and thinking that our interests would be represented. And in removing Amokai Okolo without notice, instead we are seeing that the Citizen Oversight Board appointment process is being used for pushing business as usual. Okolo was the only young black man up for the committee and represents a perspective that is sorely needed on the board. As Council President Margot Somerville said the other week, how can we leave out the very population that is most impacted? I appreciate, well, we can skip this because she recused herself, she removed her name. But I think what we need to ask is, does a candidate more qualified than Okolo exist? He is a local, of the age needed, with an understanding of the law. He has the perspective most needed. We see you selling out the citizens to the police and the polluters who do nothing to make Akron a place where anyone would want to live. I don't know why you all wanted to be on council, but we see who's voting against everything good and voting for the bad things. Your legacy is racist, and you will be remembered as such.
Thank you, Stephanie. Is Mokai here?
Thank you. First, I truly want to say thank you to everyone who came out here to support me. It truly, truly means the world to me, and it means a lot for our community. Like, the solidarity, it truly speaks volumes. You know, today was a good reminder of what my grandmother always said. She told us that as black people in this country, you have to be exceptional. You have to work twice as hard to hopefully get just as much, and even then, it probably won't be enough. And today shows that. I had a meeting with Jeff Fusco just this past Friday, and when I asked him why he couldn't support me despite being overly qualified, this is what he told me. Sorry, 1 second. Please stop the time, I gotta hear this.
You were right there in terms of saying, you know, you respect the police department, you respect everything that they're all about, and you've worked in those arenas. I think the majority of council is not aware of that. You know, and that perspective of, you know, seeing both sides, because it seems as though, you know, we've only seen the one side of you, you know what I'm saying? Just the one, and there's always both sides. And, you know, with your experience and everything that, you know, especially what I'm just hearing, and in terms of, you know, the work you've done, you know, I think that would be valuable for council to know. But then again, you know, a lot of these things too, a big part of this is whenever, you know, there's people early on in some of these processes, they're asked to commit, and there's discussions, you know, that have happened, you know, and commitments made. And one of the things I will tell you that I'm all about is that whenever I make a commitment to someone, I stick to that commitment.
You know, that's interesting. It begs the question, who did you make commitments to? And who else made similar commitments? We have to ask ourselves, who really has the power in this city? Now, as black folks in this city, we need to wake up to what is going on down here. In the words of one of this community's most notable freedom fighters, we need to organize, organize, and organize. The struggle for our freedom and liberation continues. We have to be unapologetic and unafraid of this fight. We have to be willing to struggle to get the wins that our community is owed and that our community deserves. Despite what happened today, I will continue to fight for our people, our community, and continue to demand what our community is owed. It is our duty to fight for freedom. It is our duty to win. We must love and support each other because we have nothing to lose but our chains. All power to the people.
And I'm sorry, I might mispronounce the first name, but the last name is Bond? Oh, there you go. Thank you. Sorry.
Hi, I just want to ask the Lord to be with me while I try to share all these words. So my name is Ebony. I graduated in mechanical engineering from the notable University of Akron. When I graduated, I had a job offer from Dell, and I decided to stay here and work in nonprofit because I wanted to be a part of this community. Since staying, I was nominated by the Greater Akron Chamber for 30 for the Future, the University of Akron 535, the Women's Network Impacting Change Award. And I say this to say that I represent the voice of a lot of young professionals here in this city. Now, I want to take it back to one of, you know, the nation's or the world's most famous advocacy leaders, and that's Dr. King. And when they were going before the government to bring forth the Civil Rights Act, there were people in power who said no and probably hell no. But they changed their mind with one question that was asked to them. And it appealed to their identity. And it was, what side of history do you want to be on? And so I'm asking that to the members of council. And the concern about his ability to be objective, but you want to replace him with someone who works for the police department, and I'm not understanding, I don't think that's how checks and balances work. I mean, what I learned, a little bit I learned about government, that was one of the things that stuck out, and that don't make sense to me. I think Amokai is an exceptionally qualified candidate. He graduated summa cum laude with a degree in social justice with a focus on crime and law. He graduated with a law degree as one of the top law students in the nation. He works professionally as a lawyer as one of the top law firms in Ohio. He has interned in the prosecutor's office, the attorney general's office, the court of common pleas in many capacities. In the community, he works for different organizing advocacy groups, boots on the ground, actually in the concrete of Akron to support people, has volunteered his time in many legal clinics. He is a young black man who also is an attorney and who has concerns about the citizens of this community. 30% of Akron is African American, and there was a report a couple of years ago that Akron was in the top 5 for the economic exclusion of black people in the top 100 metro cities in the nation. I think that that's indicative of the institutional bias that exists and what's going on here today. You have the power to say that I was open to putting aside my perspective and bias over an alleged post that no one has actually surfaced, can we put that out there, to critically reflect and change my opinion to make a more informed decision like you are asking the people on the Citizen Review Board to do. We are asking you to be an example, to say that I can change my mind when I'm presented with information that makes sense. So, I am pleading that you be an example and probably have the opportunity to make national news for changing your mind. You have the opportunity to be on the right side of history and be an example of what it means to have a backbone and change your mind to realize the dreams of a just and beloved community for generations to come. Akron has the power to make that difference, and I'm asking you to change your mind and do what's right. Thank you.
Thank you, Ebony. Robert Burt.
Getting up here together, but I'm sorry.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, council members. I live in Ward 2, and I work in Ward 1. I am the Associate Minister for Youth and for Families with Children at the First Congregational Church of Akron, and every day I work with young adults and children who go through trauma, immense trauma, and I see the way that they respond. And let me tell you, many of our children respond much better to trauma than many adults that I have come in contact with. This summer, my world was rocked when my friends and family across the country reached out to me, asking me if I was okay. Okay because there were riots in our streets, because our police had murdered a young man. This summer, my world was changed, as I had to hear police helicopters flying over my home, scaring my dog, and uprooting my life. And I stand here as a white Protestant male, and I am angry. I am angry because the white males on this council are the ones who are holding up this process. For what reason? I'm a gay male. I grew up in an agricultural town, and I was discriminated against my whole life. I wanted to die at the age of 13 because I didn't fit in. So for you to talk about someone not fitting in, my friends, it's you. You don't fit in. Not anymore. You want to talk about young people coming to Akron. I am a young person. I didn't want to come to Akron, but God called me to Akron to serve these young people, and they will not stay. Because what does Akron have? We don't have public transportation. We don't have fair and affordable housing. We don't have fair wages. We don't have resources or equality, not for the young, as is shown by your choices today, and not for people of color. We stand here on stolen land, land stolen from Indians, from our native brothers and sisters, and yet we want to grandstand about one post on Facebook. Let me tell you about this coming generation and the posts they make on Facebook and social media. And if that is the bar that people have to meet, we will never have elected officials again in this country. So I don't agree with many Republicans, I don't agree with many Democrats, but I want to read you this quote from Dwight D. Eisenhower. Whenever and for whatever alleged reason people attempt to crush ideas, to mask their convictions, to view every neighbor as a possible enemy, to seek some kind of divining rod by which to test conformity, a free society is in danger. Wherever a person's right to knowledge and the use thereof is restricted, every person's freedom in the same measure disappears. Here in America, we are descended in blood and in spirit from revolutionaries and rebels, men and women who dare to dissent from accepted doctrine as their heirs. May we never confuse honest dissent with disloyal subversion. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Is Lee in the audience? Lee? Lee? It just says Lee, L-E-E. Is that you? That must be you. Come on.
I don't know whether I put my last name down here or not. But I am what you want to call, young people call OG. This is my first time being here. I don't know no one here but Council Neal. First time seeing you, Ms. Marco Somerville. I'm here simply because I am from Akron. I was raised in Akron. And far as to the point of racism, I don't have to actually speak on that. You can see it for yourself. But far as our black youth, I'm here to help them. I want to help them because this is my passion. God said this is what I would do. And like I'm reaching out far as trying to do this. And I come here far as to have a fulfilling for someone to help me. Far as I have an outreach, as I say. Remember the name, TRUE. The acronym is to reach others outside of popular parameters. Young people, this generation, they want to see demonstration. You can talk it, but can you walk it? You know, and see, and that's what I see right here. I hear all this I, okay. I don't know nothing about that. The only thing I see is what I see out there. And what I see out there is ridiculous. There's no way in the world that young man, Jaden, should have been shot them many times. That is totally ridiculous. I brought my flyers down here. I'm speaking to not Judge Bailey, because I never did get to speak to a judge. And they had the audacity to say, oh, we don't think we can help you. I come here not for you to help me, for me to help you. If you don't get it together, like, hey, you're looking at a man, far as out of Akron was one of the biggest addicts in Akron. What do Akron have to offer? Lee Clay. I was one of the biggest addicts in Akron. God changed that. He changed that. I love where I'm at today. But let me tell you something that you may not be aware of. If you continue on doing what you're doing, God is going to step in. See, I can look and I can see this person, that person. I don't know none of you. I'm just giving far as what's coming from my heart. What comes from the heart touches the heart. If you can't understand that, you need a rude awakening. And you will get it, believe me. Believe me. I have a 501c3. I tried to get grants. You know who they give grants to? $15,000 went to a soccer team. You know what they gave me? $500, make Akron beautiful. Plant. Plant what? Continue on planting seeds to get killed? You got young men today just try to make it home, and when they get home, they get killed in their driveway. Come on. I'm through. I don't say it enough, and I feel good about it.
Thank you, Mr. Clay. Thank you. Ray Green?
What up, though? How y'all doing? So I've been coming down here since 2011, and I remember when we worked together to pass the ordinance, I believe in 2013, that allowed public comments to happen. And one of the things I always said at public comment time was this all-American city. And for me, it meant, playing football in the summer, going to the sand pile, free lunches, playing cams. I was the cam champion. So it meant all the good things. But the more I began to do research and the more I began to get into this social justice and activist role, the more I began to understand what all-American city means. All-American city, actually what I figured out means, is the home of the Ku Klux Klan. The second largest chapter in the country next to Texas. Those people began to go into the school board and the police department. I began to learn what all-American city means. It means the lynching and castration of black men in the public sphere. From my dear brother and mentor, Russ Neal, to my brother who got elected school board president a couple years ago, N.J. Akbar, to myself, to now the Mokai. Anytime a black man stands on his 2 feet in this city, we get lynched and castrated in public square. I do not know the post we're talking about in regards to a Mokai. I have not seen it. I spent a lot of time with a Mokai. But I don't like to speak ignorant either. So what I did is listen to what everybody said, and I had my operations manager look up the definition of pig. And when she told me, I was like, stop playing, we ain't got time, we gotta be down here. She's like, no, this is what it says. Pig is especially reserved for cops who are regarded as being idiotic or incompetent, corrupt crooks, and violently or even homicidally aggressive towards people. This is Webster's dictionary. And I think between Jalen Walker and Tyree Nichols, I don't know what the post said, but if that's what it said, I think it was the truth.
Thank you, Minister Green. Is Elise here with us? Okay.
Hello, Elise Sabo, Ward 4. I don't have a lot new to add here. I'm with the rest of my community. I come here disappointed but hopeful. When the people of Akron voted in favor of the Police Oversight Board, you know that was us demanding justice for Jalen Walker. You know that was us demanding that we are represented by people who have an eye for that kind of injustice and will actually hold the police and the city accountable. Barring Imokai from the board with a last-minute replacement is a slap in the face to Akronites. Justification that he cannot be impartial because of a social media post criticizing police, but then recommending a replacement who is a literal cop. How could they be impartial? How could someone in that position be impartial? Imokai's commitment to seeking police accountability, his legal expertise, and his community involvement, his young passion for making this a better city to live in are exactly why we are here demanding that he be appointed to the board. This oversight committee is one of the most exciting things I think happening in any city right now. It filled me with so much hope for a better future. I am someone who imagines a future beyond policing. I know we're not quite there yet, but I think this is a great step to at least have some accountability. I want to live in a city where my Black friends and neighbors are not afraid to be killed by police. And this is just one simple thing that we can do to move ever so closer in that direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Elise. Harrington Hardgrove.
Good evening, Council. Harrington Hargrove, 1008 Laurel Avenue, Akron, 44307, Ward 3. And that's how we are in Ward 3. We get disrespect as Black men when we ask for our community. I've been coming down to this council for 35 years, asking for my community for economic development. 35 years. And we haven't received our just due. President Biden said that the Black community has been excluded. I mean, I left a bunch of this on the bench out there. And he's been saying the same thing I've been saying. He said this 3 years ago when he came into office. I've been saying it for 35 years. We in this city has faced racism. Racism. And it's been going along for a mighty, I've been keeping 35 years, but it's been going on before me. I'm just a timekeeper. That's what I know. And I asked for Ward 3 economic development, and you won't serve us. Not like we need to be served. After 35 years, how can you give us $40,000 and expect to change our community? Our community need to be revitalized. And that means, like they did on Dart Street, build new. But on Dart Street and Main Street, it's no Blacks. Community development block grant money, $300-400 million you don't put down in that corridor, but what have we gotten as community in our community, in the same ward? In the same ward. So this city, the body, not every one of you, but the policy has been racism. Some of you don't like to hear the word racism, but it's true. It's in the dictionary. All of you know what racism is, even if you don't go through it. It's denial of opportunity. So, council, y'all need to stand up. We need things in our community. We want it. We want to be the stewards of our community. But you won't allow us because you won't allocate money for us. You allocated for the parks. You allocated for the zoo. So the animals in the zoo is more important than we the people that live around the zoo. That's what you're saying. Over $1.5 million gone to the zoo to pay their water bill and sewer bill. $1.5 million. How much have we put in our community for us to be prosperous?
Thank you, Mr. Hargrove. Jacqueline.
Hi there. My name is Jacqueline Blake. I live in Ward 8. And I'm here to express my support for Inokai on the Police Oversight Board. I think the presence of Inokai is, or him being prevented from being on this board is simply a symptom of a major problem within our city. And I have legitimate concerns with the democratic process of this council. I'm not from Akron originally. I moved here 9 years ago when I was offered a position as a faculty member at a state school that is about a 30-minute commute from this area. And I wanted to live in Akron because I knew I would love living here far more than rural areas. And I bragged about Akron being my chosen city, and I roasted my students and told them that, you know, we were the winners of the rivalry that I didn't actually know of before I got this job. But anyway, so getting back to the point. Inokai needs to be on this board. I understand there are concerns about social media. No, I don't care. Someone said the P word. I'm sorry your feelings are hurt over that. I'm very frustrated with how these processes have been occurring, specifically about the Police Oversight Board, as well as the interactions in regards to White Pond. And again, this is just a symptom of the council's process not allowing for the voices of citizens to be heard. Councilman Fusco, I left you a voicemail, and I imagine you were too busy in committee today to call me back. I did call over the weekend, so I didn't want to give you time to get back to me, but I am very concerned with folks expressing legitimate concerns about the police being silenced. We need critical voices of the police, and as a resident of the community who moved here, you know, I've actually never called 911 because I don't trust the Akron police. What they do is they loiter in the park outside my house and they harass young citizens, especially black folks that are just taking advantage of the public park. I don't like it. I feel unsafe. We need people like Inokai on the board to hold folks accountable, and I am so frustrated. I don't even want to be here. This is my first council meeting. I skipped dinner, and my dinner is currently getting cold in the Tupperware. I'm going to be okay. I'll survive. But yeah, do the right thing. Do the right thing, and you know what it is. You know what it is.
Thank you, Jacqueline. Kyra Edwards.
Hello and good evening, everyone. I am Kira. I just came up here to say my piece. I've just recently started attending city council meetings. I've been a resident of Akron my entire life. I grew up here. I was always so happy to be here until recently. I feel as though my city is broken and nothing is being done about it. And in regards to this specific issue, when I was younger, my parents really taught me a lot of things and instilled in me, when somebody calls you a name or something that you don't like, you can't hold that against them. You don't know what they're going through, you don't know what's happening, but that should not affect you because you know who you are. So if this is in fact true, that statement of the police being pigs, they know who they are, they know what they've done. That shouldn't affect them like this, and this should not be held against him like this. As a young person in Akron, I've grown up, I attended Archbishop Hoban High School. I was told all the time, you don't belong here, you don't fit in. But I spent all 4 of my years there and graduated, made great relationships with the teachers and the faculty there. Nobody tells you where you belong. You are exactly where you're supposed to be at all times. And Imokai is here and has applied for this position because that's where he's supposed to be.
Thank you, Ms. Edwards. Is Fran with us? Fran?
Hi, my name is Fran Wilson. I'm a resident of Ward 1. How many of you, this is your first council meeting? Yeah, that's a big deal. Thank you for coming out. I don't know much else to add, other than Amokai said in committee today something that has, I don't know, I've just been sitting with all day. He said, what else are young people supposed to do? Literally, what else? We are coming to these committee meetings during the afternoons. I sit in here almost every week for hours. We are coming to these late night council meetings, missing dinner. Some of us are bringing kids. We are applying to these board positions. We are being cut out, silenced, over-policed, and over-surveyed, and not given seats at the table. What else are we supposed to be doing right now? Please, tell us. What are we supposed to be doing right now? We are doing our utmost with what we can, and we are being actively cut out of funding opportunities, opportunities to be present and be at the table. And honestly, it really just makes me really, really pissed off every single day. I also want to say, if we're going to argue to cut people out of these spaces and places and tables, the arguments have to be better. They have to be better. Really, okay. One of them, the impartial argument. If Amokai made a post that some might say is offensive to some, but then you replace that individual with somebody who works for another county's police department, how do you balance impartiality there? How do you balance it? Did you ask the same question of impartiality to the Canton police officer? Did you? I do not know. Did you ask it to the former APD dispatch officer from Ward 1? Did you ask that question of every single candidate of impartiality? I want to end by saying there were 5 people who were not able to come into City Hall. They were stopped by officers at the door. We don't know if they were able to give public comment or were rejected for giving public comment. We need overflow spaces here because y'all are just getting very popular right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Fran. Is Levelle Foster here?
Thank y'all for letting me speak. What can I say that hasn't already been said? All these people have voiced that we want an oversight board that can represent us, the citizens. And to have pushback on that based off a post shows your true colors. It's very simple. If you want better community and police relations, we need the board. Great, we got there, good job. Now the community speaks up again that Amokai has done more than enough to deserve his place on the board and exemplifies everything that it stands for, and we still have some people that's having a hard time flexing. Going against the wishes of the community to do as you please, to discriminate over inconsequential things and hiding the discrimination and racist and broken systems under the guise of standard procedure. I know y'all not tired of sitting there saying we represent diversity and going the extra mile to suppress it, but we are. I know y'all not tired of putting your egos over the community's problems, but we are. And I know y'all not tired of fighting your community every step of the way, but we are. Just a reminder to y'all that things that don't flex will be moved.
Thank you, Mr. Foster. Andrew Myers.
Good evening, y'all. I'm not going to be before y'all long.
apparently everybody has said enormously well things about my brother Imokai, so I can only try to sprinkle some things on the top. And what I'm gonna start with is, Madam President, you said that we needed to move the needle, and that he fitted the best of the best. We needed to find honest, and we needed to find somebody who was willing to have honest and difficult conversations. Imokai does that. We needed somebody to be able to be a representation of our community, not by race, not by sex, but by thought. Imokai does that. But then again, I'm like, yeah, it should, because he's the only black person on the board that's available to have the mentality to have what we need. This is what we had the board for. His voice is the voice of the affected right now, so how could we push him away from that purpose? I spoke 2 weeks ago about Akron's diversity, and how is it that I say that in the first opportunity for us to show it, we find the most minute reasons not to. And then on top of that, we starting to find out that we can't even find this imaginary post, allegedly. So I'm gonna use my allegedly terms now. So at the end of the day, my whole thing is, if this post is the thing that is keeping him off the board, is it really about the post? I don't think it's a post thing, I think it's a race thing. And then I heard somebody else say, do the right thing, not the white thing. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying that to be unfortunate, but let's look at it for what it is. If we have somebody who fits the bill for every description that you guys had, and he does check all boxes, and the only thing that is different is this, I don't think that should make him the definitive option or take him away from his opportunity to be the voice that we fought for. So we will stand here to continue to fight, and I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Myers. David Garan. Okay, I'm sorry, if we could just maintain, go ahead, Mr. Graham, thank you. I think he's frozen. You want to start his time? Yeah, start his time. Okay, you can begin.
So I agree with everything that's been said tonight, but unfortunately this council has other issues too that are big problems. I want to revisit the execution of Jalen Walker. But first, I want to point out the Memphis City released all of the body camera footage, including the discussion among the officers who beat Tyree Nichols. But the city of Akron cut off the body cam video after the 60 shots were fired. We do not know what all was said, them working on their story, and what they did to help a man with 46 entry wounds. Who found the gun in the car in the Akron Police Department? Where was the gun actually found? Did the officers start making up a story? Remember to say that you were afraid for your life while an unarmed man, Jalen, was running away. Where's the remainder of the body cam video? It must be released now. Next thing, currently, the former Speaker of the Ohio House is on trial for racketeering related to HB 6, the bailout of First Energy. I'm bringing up this trial to remind us that First Energy pled guilty when it agreed to the consent agreement with the DOJ. Therefore, First Energy is a criminal organization. However, Mayor Horgan has not publicly condemned First Energy. And Horgan's favorite candidate, mayor, or hopefully mayor, the person who hopes to be a mayor, Marco Somerville, a candidate, has accepted contributions from at least 2 First Energy employees. Akron cannot keep supporting criminal organizations such as First Energy. And it goes to this city and this council supporting corporations and land developers over the people. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Guerin. Desha Johnson.
Hello, hello, hello. I am going to start by reading a poem, but before I get into that, I would like to talk about how we dismissed the councilman off camera when we acknowledged that he was sleeping, instead of just holding your fellow councilman accountable. So I'm going to read a poem called This World Could Be. We live in a world that's confusing at best. Sifting through information, we're put to the test. There's so much complexity in every sphere. Opinions and narratives uniquely appear. Ideas may be radical and some astray. Many are provocative, bound to dismay. People are divided by religion and race, with friction and differences so commonplace. Color and gender are some other forms, with multiple perspectives and dynamic norms. The vital question is, what do we need? Amidst angst and despair, we feel indeed. People are emotional with frustration and fear, doubting that solutions will ever be here. Individuals are hurting and the pain is great, yet blame and inaction tend to dominate. Injustices and judgments appear complex and true, begging for respect, a completely fresh view. New rules of engagement are what we need to gain trust and acceptance, a path to succeed. If bigotry and indifference could be buried away, then hope and energy would bring a meaningful day. Relationships could be warmer and comforting too. Honoring each other could be fulfilling and new. With biases recognized, managed with care, no doubt common kinship would soon fill the air. Where hatred is gone and attitude is measured, the beauty of togetherness could all be treasured. If life was aligned, the world could be a special place for you and me. And after I finish that poem, I just would like to also stand with Imokai. Just saying that everybody has said, even most of the council members, a lot of the council members, that he's a great fit. He's like one of the best. And we still don't have him doing this. And this is what we fought for. This is what we went out there and petitioned for. This is what we got 7,000 signatures in 3 weeks for. This is what we did all the work for to have at least a black man on the board. And just because a person stepped down and said, hey, we're gonna leave this place to a black man, it's no thanks to you, all thanks to them.
Thank you so much, Ms. Johnson. Is China here with us?
Hi. I too would like to start with a poem. Let me see your hands. That's what the officer said. But he still shoots like he couldn't see my hands. Why did you shoot me? I kept my hands visible. I didn't resist or reach in my pockets. You ain't need to pull out and fire your gun. All that was unnecessary. You think just because you're an officer of the law, that you're above the law? You're not above the law. You need to be better at protecting and serving. Stop killing us. Protect us and stop killing us. I am just an innocent black woman. The blue on black crime is getting scary. Black lives matter. The color of my skin makes life harder. I've had a target on my back since birth. APD murdering Jalen Walker is what prompted the Civilian Review Board being created. This poem is talking about my two sons, as well as Imokai's black men. Emokai deserves a seat on this civilian review board. His resume, lived experience, and community work speaks for itself. I also want to address the two council members who are on the screen. I think it's very rude to not look when somebody's speaking, looking down, as like, is our injustice bothering you? Is it offending you? Well, you need to look at yourself. Can we normalize stopping the target on black men's back? And I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you so much, China. Is Ben here with us? Ben?
Hello, everybody. I came here in a neutral capacity as an observer, but I'm willing to throw that aside because you have given people the opportunity to speak today, which is not always typical of this chamber. With that, I'm going to stop speaking to you. I think you have proven yourselves to be more of a distraction than anything useful to this community, for the most part. And I would like to speak to my community about what happened here today. It goes without saying that Emokai was the best candidate for this position, bar none. No restrictions on age, no restrictions on anything. And I don't want us to go home and talk about this like it was stupidity or blindness or ignorance. It wasn't. What happened here was cowardice. What happened here was council members being afraid to engage with this community, being afraid that Emokai would do his job on this committee. If you look at the voting records, you will see that they're not in it for us, these people that voted for the amendment. They're in it for the police union. Nothing about their voting record says anything besides that. So let's not call this ignorance. They know what they're doing. They're kind of smart. They're good at it. They do it week after week after week and say the right things. You heard the stuttering when he was speaking to Emokai. You heard how he was trying to craft that message to try and make it seem as though everything were above board. It wasn't above board, and it shows in all of their actions and in the output of this council and in the output of the municipal courts, in the output of the police department. We have a broken system, and we're not working hard enough to fix it, and that's up to us. That's up to us to change the makeup of this council. So please stay involved. Please keep coming. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you so much, Ben. Will Blake?
What can I say that has not already been said? I want to talk about three things briefly: integrity, inclusion, and introspection. See, tonight we talked about how much integrity this young man has. Emokai is who I'm speaking about. This is a man who believes in brotherhood, scholarship, and service. Brotherhood to his community that he views as his family, each and every one. Scholarship and all of the accolades that he's attained in his life thus far, and he's going to achieve more. And service that he continually, day after day after day after day, gives to his community, even to the extent of signing up to give more of his time, talents, and treasures to this community. But this council here has chosen not to include him because he, quote, doesn't fit in. Because he, quote, had a social media post when our past president has said far more outrageous stuff. So at the end of the day, this ain't about a social media post. It's about an agenda. It's about motive. And we see what that is. So let's look at introspection. You know, the critiques and the criticisms that everybody has here isn't because they hate anybody particularly as a person, but it's actually because they care. Criticism is rooted in care. The people here and the people that couldn't get in today, the people who watching online and the people who couldn't make it, they care about this community. They care about this city, this, quote, all-American city. But one of the my favorite basketball players said in 2020 after the George Floyd murder, why doesn't America love us? And I look here today and I ask myself, why doesn't Akron love people who look like me? It's not smooth, it's not cool. That's not the vibe. Because I got black skin, I ain't got locks. I wish I could grow 'em. My hair don't be growing like that. But I want to close saying this. When you look in the mirror, do you think that somebody like me can be a part of what is being built here? Because when it comes to police oversight, let us not overlook people who look like me. I yield my time.
Thank you, Will. That concludes our public comment period. We want to thank everyone for bringing forth all the comments. We want to move into our committee assignments. Rules, Councilman Freeman.
2 p.m.
Public Safety, Councilwoman Mosley.
What we said, public safety, 2:15.
Budget and Finance, Councilman Freeman.
3 p.m.
Parks and Rec, Councilman Lombardo.
1:45.
Planning and Economic Development, Councilman Fusco. Housing and Neighborhood Assistance, Councilman Fusco. Public Service, Councilwoman Mosley.
2 p.m.
Health and Social Services, Councilwoman Amobian.
2:30.
Public Utilities and Green Committee, Councilman Freeman.
2:45.
Is there anything else coming before this body, Councilwoman Amobian?
I certainly want to thank everyone who came down, and I've been truly moved by all of these comments. I would like to move that we re-vote on whether to include a MOCI or vote for the slate. I would like to move that we vote for this slate tonight.
I'll second that. Okay, so I'm sorry, but if we could just maintain, or so we can hear. So we have a motion on the floor. Councilwoman has made a motion.
Second.
I do believe that Councilwoman Holland has seconded that motion. And so the motion is to redo the vote on the slate with Imokai Okolo's name. Okay, so just so we're clear, we're going to have our clerk just read that item in.
This is offered by President Somerville. It's a resolution approving and confirming the appointment by Akron City Council of Donzella Aneskowitz, Imokai Okolo, Diane Lewis, Caitlin Castle, Robert Gippin, and Kemp Boyd to the Akron Citizens Police Oversight Board as established by Charter Section 68A and declaring an emergency.
And so at this time, I think it's just most appropriate that we just call for a roll call.
Baylor? Connor?
Yes.
Freeman?
Nay.
Fusco? Holland?
Aye.
Lombardo?
Nay.
McKittrick?
Nay.
Malik?
Aye.
Mosley?
Aye.
Neal?
Aye.
Amobian?
Aye.
Somerville?
Aye.
The vote is 8-4.
Okay. Council, is there anything else coming before council at this time? I think I saw Councilman Malik's hand.
Just very briefly, I want to thank everyone who came out tonight. I was at Resnick Elementary School last week talking to third graders, and one of them said, "Is city council stressful?" And I was reminded of that over the last few hours. There are so many things about this that make me want to run away from it. And there's so many things about this city that breaks our heart every Monday and a lot of the days in between. But I'm so inspired by so many people in this community. I'm so inspired by Ebony's energy and comments. I'm so inspired by Imokai, who makes me feel so old, because He's younger than my little brother. I'm so inspired by the people. I believe we can get there, even in these difficult moments.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councilwoman Holland?
Thank you so much, Madam President. I'd like to thank the group who came out tonight too. Full house and extremely meaningful to me because this is part of democracy right here. Amokai, you are an outstanding person and I can't wait to see what you do next. Do I selfishly hope that it's part of all of this? Of course I do. Akron is the home of my birth. It's where I raised my children. You give me such hope. And the crowd here tonight and the crowd here on many Monday nights gives me so much hope. Because this is when we're at our best. When we come forward and we say what we mean and we mean what we say. Now, using the secret speech of lawyers, I do want to say that what comes through loud and clear tonight, I believe, is that everyone here has no idea what the so-called damning Facebook post actually is. It has been my understanding, and I'm an inquisitive mind, so I ask the question, is that there was one Facebook post, and this is just for the record, but this is an important piece of the record, one Facebook post that was made just after the murder that we all witnessed of George Floyd, okay, at a time when my friend and colleague at the bar, Amokai Okolo, was a law student. Now, I have the great and good fortune of having attended and graduated from law school well before there was an internet or social media. And so the one indiscretion of my well-spent youth is not recorded on social media because there wasn't any. But I just want to say, and all glibness left aside, that there's no there. And further, invoking the concepts and ideas around practicing law, this is the point in the whole story where the lawyer moves for a directed verdict, okay? Because there's insufficient evidence that anything even happened here. So, you know, let's wake up and pay attention. This is important process. And, you know, our integrity is so very much at stake here. And I thank you for this time. And again, I thank everyone who came out tonight. And Amokai, thank you.
Councilman Neal? Sorry. Oh.
You go. Madam President, for such a time as this, we need someone from the law department. Is there anyone here? As important as this is, there's no one here from the law department. Because it was my understanding that by the charter, we had to pass this today. Now, all of us saw the dysfunction in Congress when they voted into the wee hours of night until they passed the legislation. If our charter says that we have to pass this today, then we have to pass this today. I think it's disrespectful that we don't have someone from our law department here to answer the question. So, correct me if I'm, don't want to put you on the spot. Here's the thing, you know, my PhD, public high school diploma, tells me that if the charter says we have to pass this legislation today, we got to pass it today. Now, we all know what happened in DC. So much so our Congresswoman came home so we could celebrate in her swearing in because many people who drove to DC couldn't participate because of the nonsense that was happening in DC. Some of the same stuff you see here. And so I'm saying, glad to see our director of the law department. Based on what I saw, my understanding is that we have to vote on this and pass it today. If we got a caucus, we got a caucus, but we got to pass this today. And then I want to say this too. Something was brought up. There is clearly dysfunction in this council. We talk about honor, integrity, and honesty. This is not the first time, not the second time, that legislation has come in at the last hour when we say it's supposed to come in on Friday. And the last time it came in around issue 10, everyone said then how disrespectful it was to this body. And here it happens again. I hope this body has the integrity. I hope this body has the integrity to evaluate our process and hold those accountable for violating our rules accountable. But the charter says we need to pass this today. We need to pass this today. Thank you.
Councilman Fusco?
Yes, thank you. At the risk of getting booed, I would like to address some of the concerns that was raised. I too, I'm going to address.
The rules of the committee is that he is supposed to address the chair, okay?
That's the way we operate. The couple things I think that's important, and I feel as though I've been fairly consistent throughout my career, is that I always stand up for civil servants. I have done that my entire career, and I will continue to do that. And I also support the fact that we do and we will have in place an oversight board. I supported the mayor's.
I'm going to ask that we maintain order, please.
I supported the mayor's proposal, and I support the I believe 5 people that was on this. I didn't know I was being recorded. I didn't know that was going to be part of it, but I will tell you, it was asked of me earlier this evening who I committed to. I committed to colleagues on this council. I committed to people who called me on the phone, who asked where I was.
Okay.
I committed to citizens. I committed to police officers. I committed to many. And my word is my bond. I think many of you who served with me know that whenever I give my word, I'm not going to back down. I also told that.
Look, if we can, please maintain order so that we can hear the comments.
I also, the recorded conversation, I guess the rest of it would be, okay, I'm good, thanks.
Okay. Thank you. One second. If we can, I think I saw Councilwoman Amobian's hand first.
I just want to remind us that the citizens voted 62% to approve issue 10. The mayor's proposal is null and void, has been since that. So we only have one proposal to look to, folks, to implement, and that is the charter amendment that was passed in November. And let me ask the law director, Madam Chair, if I can.
Yes.
Do we need 9 votes if we only have 12 folks here, council persons?
Yeah, the charter requires a supermajority vote.
Regardless
that's
of
what
who's
it
present.
says. Yeah.
Anyway, we have the charter amendment that we have to approve and live by. That is what the citizens voted for. And those of you who, would have preferred the mayor's proposal, it is null and void. And it was your choice, but the citizens overruled that. So we are here, and we need to finalize this process. So,
Hold 1 second. Councilwoman Holland, did you have your hand up?
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to move that we take another vote on the slate of 6.
Second.
Second.
And so, just so that I'm clear, your motion is on the original piece with Imokai's name? Okay.
This is a resolution approving and confirming the appointment by Akron City Council of Donzella Aneskowitz, Amokai Akolo, Diane Lewis, Caitlin Castle, Robert Gippen, and Kemp Boyd to the Akron Citizens Police Oversight Board as established by Charter Section 68A and declaring an emergency.
Okay. Roll call.
Baylor. Aye. Connor.
Yes, aye.
I'm so sorry. Connor.
Aye.
Freeman.
Nay.
Fusco. No. Holland.
Aye.
Lombardo.
Nay.
McKittrick.
Nay.
Malik.
Aye.
Mosley.
Aye.
Neal.
Aye.
Amobian.
Aye.
Somerville.
Aye.
Voting goes 2 ways.
The vote again is 8-4.
Councilman Mallett?
We do have an obligation, as Councilman Neal said. It's my understanding that we have an obligation to put people on this board by the end of the day. We have 2.5 hours. I would suggest that we use it. I don't believe we should adjourn. I understand that we don't have consensus on this, but we have 2.5 hours and we should find that. We have plenty of applicants. We have plenty of spaces on the board.
I want to, just Councilwoman Mosley?
Thank you. I respect we have other applicants, but I think what we have in front of us is what we need to continue to vote on and figure out how we get there, not to try to switch it out, to switch Amokai out. I'm concerned with the recording that Amokai had. That concerns me that we're talking about deals that have been made with other council members. That is criminal. I don't know why this is not being spoken to. We were elected by them. And we're making deals with each other around this horseshoe? For what? Somebody gonna get a parking ward if they say no? I mean, what? We gonna get some housing built in that ward if they keep voting no? Whatever the case may be, it's wrong and it seems criminal. Now, you know, Councilman Neal could never do that. Councilwoman Amobian could never do that. I darn sure could never do that. I've been a subject of that before. I don't know what's going on, but something's not right. Something's not right. And these residents deserve better. Like I said this afternoon, we're sick of it, so I know they're sick of it. I come down here to advocate for the residents that I represent every single day. I wake up every morning knowing that I'm going down there for them. I never come down here with no agenda for myself. If I had an agenda for myself, I wouldn't even be here putting up with this day in and day out and day in and day out. But for a council member to sit here and say that they've made commitments to other council members, I want to know what council members that they made a commitment to. Who were those commitments made to? And I really want Attorney Belfans, our law director, to speak to if we are in contempt, what does that even mean? What does that even mean if we're in contempt because we're not sitting a review board? That's not even been spoken to. And if we are talking about a simple majority, I mean, we seem like we have a simple majority with Councilman Kamer not being here. So I just think these things need to be spoken to, because clearly our rules change depending on the day and who they apply to. So I'm willing to stay here until midnight if we have to. If that's what we have to do, we'll stay here.
Councilman Fusco?
I think there's a clear difference between deals and commitments, okay? As I was saying before, as I said before, commitments. That's what I said, was commitments. Come on.
Please.
I value my commitments. Oftentimes in the legislative process, and I know everyone around this horseshoe is aware of it, that there's discussions before legislation comes in from constituents, from interested parties, from the community, and oftentimes we talk about it and we say, this is a commitment I've made, and this is a commitment that we've had. Again, like I said, the rest of the recorded, I'm sure, again, I was kind of surprised and shocked to understand that this was a recording. Wasn't aware at the time that this was going to happen, but the thing of it is part of that, it's quite simply is I also said, let's find a way, one day, whenever I can support you, let's find a way where we can get the I said, I'd like to work with you on that. I'd like to see that happen one day. But right now, I don't see it happening. I'll just be honest and frank with you. And people that have met me, even in Amokai's, the first time we really met, it was via Zoom. I thought it was a good exchange. And like I said, I'm always happy to talk to constituents and folks about, the votes that are going to be occurring, about legislation that's pending. I've always been like that. But I told them at this time I just can't. But the thing of it is let's work on this in the future. I think we all understand, though, those of us who have read the legislation, that we're going to need 9 votes to get somebody on this. I will support legislation for a young black man to be on this. I can't do it right now with Amokai. I've said that. I made a commitment. I will never back down on my commitments. It's not a deal, it's a commitment.
Please, so we can hear them.
As I said, this is a commitment that I made. So everyone's got to wrestle with their own selves in terms of the way they're going to vote. And I understand that, and I respect it. And I realize that, Amokai would be an asset. And we do need those challenging voices. I've always kind of stood up and said, we need to be challenged one another. I guess we're now to a point now where it just becomes vitriol. It becomes so negative that it's personalized, too. And I understand that as well. But the other side of this is if we do not come up with consensus tonight, let's find another young black male to fill this. Let's do that. Because the thing of it is that I agree that we have to hear that voice as well.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Apostolette, you are out of order.
This is out of order.
I got you. Councilwoman Amobian.
Thank you, Madam President. One of the things that every person who is in support of Amokai, we have expressed why we support him. I have never heard from those who are voting against him to tell us exactly why you're not. I don't know why you have chosen to do this. So at least for your colleagues, will you share with us why you are choosing to vote against them?
Councilman Neal, did I see your hand? Did I see your hand?
Yes, ma'am. I have some things I wanted to ask and state, but a question was asked by my colleague, Councilwoman Mosley, to our law director, and I think Councilman Malik alluded to it as well, because we're wasting time. What happens if we're in contempt? And we've got to use some time so that we can come to a vote tonight. And for that, for us to be able to come to a vote tonight, I think one of the things is what Councilwoman Amobi said, because we've heard from all of us why we support Amokai. Why do you not support Amokai? So I still got my comments to make. I'm just reciting some things. So I'd like to hear from our law director, what happens, and then per Councilwoman Amobi, if we can hear from our colleagues why they do not support.
Councilman Neal, you ask a very good question, and the charter does not speak to the repercussions of not following the charter. The charter simply says this is the date or the calculation based upon what is stated in the charter provides this date. So there really is nothing mentioned in the charter as to what the repercussion is. So I would be speculating. But if something happens legally, then of course, we would be evaluating it and responding to it. But again, the charter itself doesn't provide for any repercussion.
Then we are putting ourselves in very dangerous territory, because that means we can be sued as a body for not fulfilling the charter. And I don't think we want to go there. I don't think we want to go there. We could be sued as a body for not fulfilling the charter. So we need to act within these next 2.5 hours.
What did Councilwoman Mobin have a comment?
Oh, no. The second part of the
sorry.
question was we wanted to clear up Councilwoman Amobi and asked our colleagues who are voting no to please give us, because all of us who support him stated why we support him. So
I don't know. Are they willing?
Yeah.
Oh, Councilman Lombardo, please, so we can hear him. Councilman Lombardo?
I'm fine with stating my comments, but I get interrupted one time, then I'm done. So I just want to let everybody know that. So number one, I really wasn't a big fan of issue 10 from the get-go. I think that's on the record. I didn't care if the mayor proposed it. I didn't care if 62% of the residents proposed it. I was just, trusting in the process that we have in place, which there are several levels of investigation, if you will, when a situation happens. So I thought we should stick with that. But anyhow, unless I didn't read an email, I didn't know that the board that we're voting on was going to be, as a slate. But being that it is a slate, I just didn't like, the posts. I didn't like the, defunding of the police talk. You know as well as I do, when there's trouble, who you going to call? And it's our safety forces, the police and
Again, we're going to ask, please maintain order. Is there any additional comments at this time? Councilman Neal?
Madam President, I think we could have avoided this situation over when George Floyd was here. Legislation came in asking that we set aside money so that this body could be educated on equity. I hear my colleague state one thing about defund the police. That was a poor choice of words, but everyone understood defund the police meant I think the police department is like 70% of our budget. As far as for employees, 70%, thank you. We know that the police take calls that they shouldn't have to take. We ask them to be social workers, mental health workers, dog catchers, cat retrievers, all these lower level things that if we were to look at the number of calls, and was it you who gave me the information, Captain Capers? Somebody gave me the numbers on how many calls the police go to that aren't really emergency calls. That's what defund the police was about. Everybody knows we need the police. It was about how can we better utilize those services. You don't want to spend, I don't know how much it costs for a car to come out, so I'm making up this number. You don't want to spend $250 for a service call that you can very well service for somebody for 20 bucks. That's what, but see, because we didn't take the time to educate ourselves, we're stuck in our ignorance, collectively. I know people don't like that word, but we are stuck in our ignorance. And it brings us to where we are right now. So I'm going to stop, because we're going to have to get together so we can pass this before 12, so that we prevent putting the cities in a liable position where we're going to be sued.
Councilwoman?
So I have a question for the law department. So reading through the language, and it says 2/3 of the council members is what is needed for the vote. But it doesn't say all of the council members. Again, we have a council member that is missing. So what number do we have to get to? Not a math genius, but it seems like we only need 8 votes. Can someone interpret that for us? Because as I read through the language, it says that it has to pass by 2/3, which is 8. I mean, I just would like that to be interpreted if we could.
I'm assuming she's going to get an answer, okay?
Okay. Just saying.
So at this time, council's going to go into a temporary recess.
appreciate y'all coming.
All right. Okay. All right, we're going to call Akron City Council back in session formally. At this time, there was a question on the floor in terms of the number of votes needed. We've consulted with the law department, particularly Director of Law Eve Belafance, and so I'm just asking for that report so that everyone has an understanding of how that works. And Sarah, are you giving that report, or is, okay?
I can, sure. I confirmed with the law department, and this ordinance would need 9 to pass.
Councilman Neal?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can we address the piece that was brought to us, which is Rule 6.2, vote needed to adopt? And it says, the affirmative vote of a majority of all members of council shall be necessary to adopt any ordinance or resolution unless they are emergency measures. But then it goes on to say, when the term offered by council as a whole is used, committee as a whole, is used with legislation, it shall mean that those council members in attendance at the meeting when the legislation is being considered. So if it's those that are in attendance, we would have the supermajority needed. And since this isn't charter but council's rules, and council sets council's rules, this would be left to our interpretation.
Eve, can you respond? I mean, because we did talk about that over there.
Yeah, that, first of all, the first line of 6.2 mirrors the charter, and so under both charter provisions, both 34 and the charter amendment here that we're here on tonight requires the 9-person vote. The second paragraph is really talking about when you, what the terminology means when you're sponsoring legislation, but you can't by rule change what a charter says. So no matter what, the charter controls the outcome.
Councilman Neal?
Is it possible, I've got this one piece here, and it says, is this part out of the charter that says, this is the charter amendment for issue 10, I guess. Can we see how it reads within the charter? Because like when I look at this piece right here that I believe is section 668A, police community relations, and here it says council by 2/3 majority of council members. And again, it doesn't say if it's those present or those that make up council. I guess that's the question. Is this left up to the interpretation of this body, like our rules are?
Law? Someone? I don't know. Eve, can you respond to that, to Councilman Neal's question?
I'm sorry, what is the question? I'm not sure I understand what you're saying. Whether
to make sure that I'm referencing the right section of the charter, can we have a copy of how that reads in the charter? Because if it reads like what I have here, it just says, this right here says, members shall be appointed by council by 2/3 majority of council members. It doesn't say present or of the total 13. It's if I can use the term ambiguous, it would be left up to how we interpret it based on how I'm reading here. What makes 2/3? Those that are here to vote? Or, because that could be a ploy, and I'm not saying that's what happened with Mr. Kamer, but oh, you know what, we just won't show up.
Yeah, no, the charter language, again, at issue here tonight is consistent with Charter Section 34, which also speaks to majority and supermajority. So the language that is referenced in this new amendment is similar to what's in 34. And so again, the answer, I know it's the answer you don't want to hear, but you really need 9 votes.
Okay, well, you said section 34 in the charter? Okay, thank you.
Councilman Mallett?
Yeah, and I just want to just briefly underscore that, I wish the number was 8, but I think the best legal analysis of it is that it is 9. And we don't have to like that for that to be the reality, that, we don't have 9 votes, but I think many of us who would vote for it think that Amokai is supremely qualified and don't feel comfortable moving away from that. So we are, an hour and 5 minutes away from it at an impasse. And that's just the reality of where we're at.
Yeah. And so, again, kind of backing on what Councilman Malik says, the reality is that we need 9. I wish that we had 9. So we got a few options. We can stay here until midnight, but council is deadlocked. There are council members who are not going to move, and that's okay. I'm here with y'all, okay? We'll be here, all right? The other thing is, if in fact this body cannot come together to make a decision, then yes, we are in contempt. What does that mean? We don't know. And we got to find that out, and we'll let you know when we know. The other thing is that, again, I go back to the fact that the committee spent many days, many hours scouring many applicants, right? And we presented to you the best of the best, right? So it's impossible for us to go back and try to find another candidate that we can bring forth tonight before midnight. We already know we got the best here, and where he's standing right in the chambers, and that's Imokai. There's no doubt about it. So whomever we select and bring forth will be second best at that. So at this time, I don't know if there's any other council members who have any other comments at this moment in time. Councilwoman Mosley?
Thank you. I'm just making a motion for us to vote.
Okay, so we do have a motion to vote. Law Department has corrected me that we did not move procedurally. We have to vote to take the vote, and we didn't do that last time, so.
So I'll make a motion for us to vote on is the amendment, or is this a new piece? Where are we at? The original piece. So I'll make a motion for us to vote on the original piece for the Citizens Oversight Board.
Second.
Okay.
Just to be clear in the record, that is the piece that President Somerville introduced? Is that what you're speaking to?
So yes. It's technically not the original is what she's saying.
So we're...
Go ahead, Councilman Neal, with your question.
Right, I get that. So,
right.
Well, that becomes problematic, because then that means we didn't have the 3 readings, if that even plays into this, since we're saying supermajority. To my understanding, it has the same people as the original piece.
Correct.
So let's vote. We should have.
We're voting.
No vote was ever taken on the original piece. We should be voting on the original piece. That means we don't have to worry about any technicality on needing this 3 readings or anything like that. It's had its 3 readings. It has a Mokai on there. I don't know why we would need the other piece.
Yeah, so the piece was, the original piece was, the sponsor of the original piece was Councilman Kamer. Pursuant to the city council rules, he offered a substitute piece. Substitute is an amendment which was permitted at any time as set forth in city council's rules. Once he did that, the original piece ceased to exist, so to speak, and became the amended piece. Now you have President Somerville's piece that got introduced today, and you are correct that that would be the first reading of Councilwoman Somerville's piece.
So do we have an understanding? So we had to bring the piece back so that we can bring it before the whole entire body for that full slate to be considered. Councilman Malik?
And just to clarify, the 3 readings are not required because it has to be voted on by a supermajority which would be the threshold to overrule 3 readings anyways. So I don't see any issue with this. So we can go ahead and vote on the motion.
Yeah, I mean, for all intents and purposes, it's the same result, because you would get to your 9, you know, you would need to suspend the rules anyway, and then you have the requirement under the other charter provisions, so you end up in the same place.
Okay. So we do have a motion on the floor and a second. I'm sorry, Councilman Bardo?
I'm confused on what piece we're voting on.
Okay, so
The original, the amendment,
So to be very clear, I'm going to ask the clerk to hand it to me. Thank you. So you are voting on the new piece that I brought forth today, this evening, at 7 o'clock, okay? We took time on the substitute in committee, just so that everybody's clear. We took time on the substitute in committee. I brought forth a new piece that had the names of Donzella Imokai, Diane Lewis, Caitlin Castle, Robert Gippin, and Kemp Boyd. So that is the piece that we're going to vote on. That's the motion that's on the floor. Are we clear?
And just to be clear, there's a motion on the floor that has to be seconded.
Exactly.
And then,
I thought we had a second. Yeah, Councilwoman Holland, she had
Second.
seconded the motion. Yes. Okay. All right, so we're going to take a roll call.
Baylor. Connor. Freeman. Fusco. Holland.
Aye.
Lombardo.
Nay.
McKittrick.
Nay.
Malik.
Aye.
Mosley.
Aye.
Neal.
Aye.
Amobian.
Aye.
Somerville.
Aye.
The vote is 8-4.
Bring it up. Councilman Mallett?
Yes. So we keep talking about all these different thresholds. It did dawn on me, even though lawyers are bad at math, that if Imokai was one of the proposals from the mayor, that would only require a majority threshold to pass. I'm not trying to put anyone on the spot, but I don't know if that's something the administration might be able to consider, and maybe one of the folks then could then be one of council's appointees.
Good luck with that.
Councilwoman Holland?
Thank you, Madam President. Actually, I made that inquiry earlier today and was advised that that was not in the cards. Am I right?
Councilwoman Amobian, did I see your hand? Yeah. Oh, okay. Councilwoman Mosley?
So I have a question.
Yeah.
As I'm looking through the rules, and we talk about the different committees, and when the legislation came in through public safety at, for me, it was 2:29. The committee started at 2:15. So my understanding is that, I think I've talked about Rule 610 before, is that it was supposed to come in by 3 o'clock on that Friday. So how are we even here having this conversation about an amendment when it didn't even come in on time?
So just to be really clear, so we can kind of step back, okay? Law Department advised the chair of public safety,
Right.
knowing that there was a potential difficulty of getting to 9, that we offer up another slate with a different name so that we might be in accordance with the charter and seating the board today, the 27th. And again, the only reason why that original name was brought back forth is because there was consensus around that name. Because originally she was the pick for Ward 3, and Imokai was the pick for Ward 5. So the thought was, there's already consensus for this candidate. Let's try and bring this candidate forward to see if we can get to 9.
With a current police officer. That's where we were gonna sit, somebody who's a current. I thought they had to be retired.
Well, and to be real clear, can we speak to the language? Because I thought that the police officer was not supposed to be a part of Akron Police Department. Isn't that correct? Didn't it say that in the charter language?
Do you have
Or
the
no?
charter language?
I thought that's what it said.
Just to, Councilwoman Mosley, just to address your prior point, if you have your rules there, it's 6.15 says it shall be in order to amend or substitute an ordinance or resolution at any time. So just so that is the provision. And to be very clear, that is, we wanted to make sure that we were properly advising on how, if someone wanted to do that the sponsor is permitted to do that at any time.
Councilman Malik?
Yeah, I did just want to clarify my understanding of that as well. I think, the person who pointed out that we didn't have access to the legislation that we were being asked to discuss. I believe the rules were followed. I think is incredibly disrespectful the way in which that substitute was brought forward. I believe the letter of the rules were followed there.
Councilwoman Holland?
Well, since the hour grows late and we continue to sort of avoid the central issue, I'm going to bring it up. I think that really what we are not getting to, and I thought we might get to it a little earlier, is what is the real reason or reasons why some oppose approval of this original slate of 6. I think we are now entirely clear why it is 8 of us would approve this slate. What we still lack is clarity, or let me put a fine point on it, a legitimate reason or explanation for not supporting this slate of 6. Now, what am I getting at, and where did that word legitimate come from? It actually comes from a body of case law that talks about when we have a suspect action taken, okay, what the order and burden of proof is to establish that a motive was illegal, improper, unconstitutional, discriminatory, okay? This is a system that's been in place for, gosh, some 50 or 60 years. And so it goes like this. Once it has been suggested that the reason for taking an action or not taking an action is improper, then it is incumbent upon whomever is blocking that action to explain themselves. What's the reason? And then the next step is that the finder of fact, in this case, the community, is entitled to weigh and consider whether that reason is legitimate. And so I'd like to return to that point that was made a little bit earlier before we recessed, and invite my colleagues who are opposing this to explain what their legitimate reason is for their position. Thank you.
Councilman Neal?
I think our colleague, Councilwoman Holland, as well as Councilwoman Amobian, asked legitimate questions. And it's disrespectful not to give us a reason why you're voting. I mean, I'm starting to feel like Mr. Hargrove. Come down here and ask a question, never get an answer. So can we please, just do us the courtesy of letting us know why you are opposing Amokai. Is that too unfair to ask? What is the reason for opposing him?
Councilman Fusco?
I've already answered.
Yeah.
Okay, now, if the answer is that he made a commitment, that's problematic. That's problematic, because I want to take us back before some of these members were here. When he made a commitment to the Italian community to make sure that the Indigenous Peoples Day legislation wouldn't pass. This was after I had them at my meeting, we had met. I let them know that we weren't trying to force this legislation through. We wanted to have a conversation. But Mr. Fusco came in here and ceased debate. And we know that put our city on the map nationally in a very negative light because of that, because of his commitment. Now, let's fast forward almost 4 years ago now, 3 years ago. A commitment was made because we changed it from Indigenous Peoples Day, I forget what, we're the only city with 3 different names for that date. And the commitment was made that we were going to do something special for the immigrant, what was that date called now in October supposed to be? We were going to do something in September? Has anything happened? You had made a commitment, nothing happened. So these commitments, man, we are so dysfunctional down here. This, I mean,
it's based on ego and not delivering promises.
I seriously am trying to understand. I'm seriously trying to understand. But this right here is, we've already called it racist. It's an institutional practice. You've been made aware that this practice is the foundation of what we call institutional racism. Now you're not even going to give us an example, a reason why, and it's like, now I have to say you're taking ownership of it. Before I was talking about an institutional practice, but if you're going to deny us even a legitimate reason, you're upholding, you're supporting an institutional racist process. You're not giving us a reason. And I'm trying to, and okay, I know we use that word a lot, but again, if we would have went through the educational process, this is a case study of how institutional racism works. And you're just going to stay steeped in your privilege and deny us the courtesy of a legitimate reason. So folks, when we get sued, you know why.
Yes, we do have if we can maintain order, Councilman Freeman?
Okay, yeah, I just want to see, I've been listening here, and this is the first time that Akron's done this, and it is important it's done right, but words are so hard to pull back, and my fear is from the words that we said on public forum, that does taint the candidate. Again, this is my opinion. The words are difficult to pullback, whether they're made in anger, whether they're made just maybe a youthful spurt at the wrong time, but words are difficult to pull back. And I certainly wouldn't want Akron to be put in a position where we're starting from a position, because there are other folks that didn't come downtown tonight, and shame on them, but didn't come down tonight and express they have concern. Someone used a very derogatory term for the police department, and again, we've all said things that we wish we wouldn't have said. However, this is a new day for something that's being done in Akron, so that's really been my hesitation, and it certainly doesn't have to do with any institutional bias on my part. I just think that this candidate does put the group how to say it, does put the group in a precarious position because of some words. And not castigating this young man for anything, but you go into the top of the mountain and rip open a pillowcase and throw those feathers out there. Now try to go back out and pick them all up. It's tough to do. So that's all I have.
Thank you, Councilman. So we're going to just continue to ask that we maintain order. I don't know if council members have any other comments, thoughts. Councilwoman Mosley.
Thank you. Back to this word of commitment. I think we deserve to know who the commitments were made to, because contrary to what people may want to believe and think, I have a lot of police officer friends who are okay with this Citizen Review Board being in place. They're okay with it being in place, so I'm trying to figure out who's the commitment to, because the officers aren't upset about this the way people want to think that they are. There may be a few, I know a couple of them, but for the majority, they're going to keep it moving because they're doing the right thing. So I'm just trying to figure out the commitments. Who are the commitments to? Because if it's not to the residents that we serve, those commitments should be null and void right now. And I think,
I'm sorry.
We will be here till midnight because I'm not moving. I'm not moving off of Amokai, and this is no disrespect to the other individuals who were chosen, and I know they don't see it as disrespect. We better hope they actually want to serve when this is over. Right. This is problematic for the charter. It's problematic for this city. When we got a decision that's getting ready to come out here any time now, and we can't agree on a Mokai. When the biggest decision this city has ever faced is on its way. So as we're here, I want to make a motion for us to vote again.
Okay, before we do that, I saw Councilman Malik's hand and then Councilman Neal.
Yeah, this whole process since George Floyd was murdered has been trying to push this thing one step at a time. And this is, like, I think the part that I really want to address in terms of Councilman Freeman's statement is this is an advisory board, right? In Cleveland, the board actually does its own investigations and can levy discipline. In Columbus, this is the same thing. In Cleveland, it can impose policy changes. We consciously did not do that here. Like, I'm saying I consciously did, when I was helping write the language, did not want to do that here because it's clear the community is not ready for that, right? But the community is ready for this. And it has been trying to drag folks kicking and screaming. And the part that really gets me is, again, if it was a body that was going to sit in judgment on people, I can understand saying that, you know, the post demonstrates bias that someone may not be able to overcome. If it is presenting a perspective, right? Everyone on that roll, their only job is just to share their voice, right? They're not voting on, discipline. They're just sharing their opinions, right? I think we kind of show we underestimate the other people on the board if we think they're not adults enough to be able to listen to opinions they don't agree with, or they may agree with, right? I had someone at my ward meeting who came and said, I'm a retired law enforcement officer. I want you to make sure that there's law enforcement voice on it. So I went back to the petitioners. I said, we need to make sure that's in the language, and it's in the language. And now we have 1 and potentially 2 law enforcement who are going to be on this board. I don't have any problem with it. I haven't heard a single person who has any problem with that. Because, okay.
No. All right, we're gonna maintain order, guys. Thank you.
No, but I think the point is that that has not been something that people have really brought up. I understand that, but listen, I sat through 2 hours of public comment. I didn't hear it, right? Because I think many of us agree that we want to have a variety of perspectives on here. And we can all be adults and have difficult conversations. We're here tonight having a difficult conversation. I hope we can avert it, but at the end of the day,
only the bigots are afraid.
Grasp, we maintain order, guys.
so I just want to make that point specifically, that at the end of the day, we should not be afraid of these perspectives. And we should actually invite them, because Amokai's perspective is hard to find someone more qualified than him, right? And there are perspectives that are a whole lot more radical, right? And we don't have 7 votes for Ray, right? I don't know, we get 1 vote.
Councilman Neal.
Yeah, I do want to leave time so we have time to vote. But this is just an honest statement, an honest concern. And my colleague, Councilwoman Mosley, asked, who was the commitment made to? It's time that we pull back the curtain on the wizard of just how government works here. And I've referenced this book before, The King's New Clothes. The king doesn't have new clothes, the king is naked. And this is my concern. When we come down here, some of us are asked, what team or whose team are we on? And if we're not on the right team, you see what happens down here. You see it. I don't have to, you see what happens. So it's concerning, because we talk about wanting to be transparent, inclusive, collaborative. When folks know those are just empty words, because they see what happens. I don't know if every other member was asked what team you're on, but I know I was asked whose team I was on. We changed the way we vote in this city because they wanted to get rid of Mike Williams. That's why your primary, that's why all at-large candidates run at the same time as ward council people. They used to run opposite ward council people and the mayor. But Don Pasquale, who was the mayor at that time, got angry that Mike could run from a protected seat. But the founding fathers of this city knew that you had to have a check and balance. So they had where your at-large could run, because they ran every 4, we ran every 2. So they changed that. Then it's documented. Dan Horgan got upset that he didn't have a majority down here. We had an independent council, and it's documented, it's in the paper. He put a hit out on Veronica Sims and Linda Amobian. And they changed the primary from September to May. Let's just lay it all out here. So that's why we're concerned about who you made the commitments to. We have real problems down here. And we have to be honest about how those problems and why they were created. So it's all about just the toxic politics down here. And there's a difference between the politics, which is egos and special interests, and the political process. They're two different things. And right now we are stuck because of the politics. We are stuck because of the politics.
I know that we do have a motion on the floor. Councilwoman Mosley has made a motion to vote. Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call.
Baylor. Connor. Freeman. Fusco. Holland.
Aye.
Lombardo.
Nay.
McKittrick.
Nay.
Malik.
Aye.
Mosley.
Aye.
Neal.
Aye.
Amobian.
Aye.
Somerville.
Aye.
The vote is 8-4.
Okay. So we are going to now take a vote again on the piece brought in this evening that has Imokai's name listed as part of the slate, just so that we are, on the same page and there's no confusion. All in favor, roll call. Let's go back. We are voting again on the piece brought in at 7 o'clock that has Imokai's name listed with all of our other recommendations. Okay? It's the same thing we just voted on.
Oh, we voted first.
But we had to take the vote
Right.
to make sure that everyone was in agreement in voting again. So
Right.
we're going to now go with the roll call on the piece with Imokai's name listed.
Baylor. Connor. Freeman. Fusco. Holland.
Aye.
Lombardo.
Nay.
McKittrick.
Nay.
Malik.
Aye.
Mosley.
Aye.
Neal.
Aye.
Amobian.
Aye.
Somerville.
Aye.
The vote is 8-4.
The people who said nay, would it be yes if it wasn't for the alleged comment about the pigs? And should cops get fired if they say nigger?
Okay, we're gonna maintain order. But again, it is about us having these honest conversations. And I do want to say this because it is true, again, it's unfortunate that the way this is set up, we have to have 9, because really and truly this is not a popularity contest, right? There's a lot on the line when we talk about a citizen's review, and I think that's the thing that is most troubling. Because we have real good opportunity here to do good work, move the needle in the direction that we need to go. But because we're under these rules and we have to have 9, I do want to say that I have had great challenging conversations with each and every person who voted no. Because again, it is my job and responsibility to advocate for Imokai Akolo because he is the best candidate. There is no other black male 18 to 35 that is going to be able to represent that population like he can. And at the end of the day, I just have to stand in my truth. That's my truth. That's why I voted how I voted. That's why I brought this piece back. Councilwoman Holland, I saw your hand.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you for those words. So, quick little history lesson. I think everybody in this room has heard of the First Amendment, probably knows a little bit about it, and I think it's fair to say that between social media and the political landscape of the past 6 or 7 years, We all have sort of a working knowledge of what the First Amendment is and isn't, or we think we do, right? But, you know, just real quickly, you know, the First Amendment protects the expression of opinions, even unpopular ones. It particularly protects us when we're talking about certain kinds of contexts and places and certain kinds of topics. Now, the First Amendment, as we're all aware, was literally something that was introduced as part of, you know, the very founding principles of our country. However, it took the 14th Amendment to actually bring this on home, to make it applicable to the states and to eventually local governments like cities. Now, 14th Amendment didn't complete the task. It was necessary for certain enabling legislation to be passed by Congress. Specifically, there is a set of federal statutes that many of us think of as the civil rights statutes, okay? Some of these came into being immediately on the heels of the American Civil War. The Civil Rights Act of 1866 immediately springs to mind. Any history buffs in the audience? Maybe you've heard of that one. Okay, so the one that I want to mention is 42 United States Code Section 1983, which is how we bring the principles and the ideas of the First Amendment to life when we're talking about the actions or inactions of a city, okay? This is the vehicle by which we do this. And what 42 USC Section 1983 does is it gives somebody the right to take action if a city violates their right to express their opinion. Okay, so what are we talking about here? Well, there's a lot of different ways to do that, right? And we could have a long conversation after this meeting and, you know, hit me up. I love to talk about the First Amendment. But what we're really talking about here is the denial of an opportunity. And I have invited my colleagues tonight to give me the legitimate reason, and Councilman Lombardo did explain himself. He did. I mean, here's the opportunity. And in providing the legitimate explanation, perhaps we get to avoid the further indignity of a valid legal claim against this city. So, you know, far be it from me, and I'm certainly not suggesting that, you know, this is lawsuit time, but these are the things we should think about. Why? Because the United States Congress thought about it, as did the founders of this country, the people who had the good sense to draft the First Amendment, and I don't know, all my teachers, all of Shamus's teachers, Amokai's teachers, who taught us about how hard it was just to get the First Amendment applicable to a situation like this. That's it. Thanks. Excuse me?
Just make sure you'll get out to vote against that. First vote, pictures, Lombardo, all you know.
All right, we're being asked for another recess. Guys, we'll be back. All right, we're going to come back in session.
Less than 5 minutes left. Let's see what they're talking about.
And we're just going to ask that you maintain order and have a seat if you're going to stay. All right. All right, I think we've had all conversations that we could possibly have. I think we have tried to challenge our colleagues in as much as we possibly could. And so we're at this moment in place where we're going to take another vote, and we're going to go from there, wherever that leads us. Councilwoman Mosley?
I'm making a motion for us to take a vote on installing the Citizens Oversight Committee with the MOCI included.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a second. Roll call.
We're voting on whether to take a vote.
That's correct.
Okay.
Councilwoman Connor is here, but her video is not turned on. Councilwoman Connor, can you hear us? I'm going to send you a prompt to ask you to start video. I don't want to cancel each other out if I'm asking you at the same time you're trying to turn it on.
Okay, let's go move.
Okay. Baylor? Connor? Freeman? Fusco? Holland?
Aye.
Lombardo?
Nay.
McKittrick?
Nay.
Malik?
Aye.
Mosley?
Aye.
Neal?
Aye.
Homobian?
Aye.
Somerville?
Aye.
The vote is 7-4.
We will now take a vote approving and confirming the appointment of Akron City Council Donzella, Imokai, Diane Lewis, Caitlin Castle, Robert Gippin, and Kemp Boyd to the Akron Citizens Police Oversight Board. All in favor, roll call.
Baylor? Connor? Freeman? Fusco? Holland?
Aye.
Lombardo?
Nay.
McKittrick?
Nay.
Malik?
Aye.
Mosley?
Aye.
Neal?
Aye.
Homobian?
Aye.
Somerville?
Aye.
The vote is 7-4.
Okay. Well, we did not have Sharon. We did not have Councilwoman Connor online with us. So at this time, we have done all that we can do. We have come to the end of the road. I'm disheartened that we're at this moment and we're at this place, but this is our reality. We can't get to 9. Imokai, I am sorry, but I am not, because I know that this is just going to give you that more fuel to continue to do what you do best, and that is to represent and to advocate for people in our community. And I just want to say thank you. So at this time, before we adjourn, Councilman Neal?
I just want to ask this question, one, because constituents asked that I ask the question.
Yes.
And I think it is critical to this overall process. The statement was made that commitments were made. My colleague asked, who were those commitments to? At a time when this council has been accused of a pay-to-play type scenario, where our constituents have revealed where members of council have received campaign contributions on voting on different legislation. I think, Mr. Fusco, you owe it to, if not tonight, you owe it to this body. Let me make sure I read what was asked for me to ask. The commitment, who was it to? The constituents want to make sure that it wasn't to anyone associated with the FOP. And was the contingencies on that commitment? I think these questions are legitimate under this scenario. And I know it's late in the hour, but when we meet again, we need answers to those questions.
Councilman, oh, okay. So if there are no objections, meeting adjourned.
This concludes the live broadcast of Akron City Council. Margot Somerville, President of Council, presiding.